7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines where you can call in for what's been a Thursday tradition dating back to 2004, the year of the MV3. Who will the MV3 be this year? Call in 314-974-0101. But I think everybody should be texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox to thank Jackson Burkett for a smorgasbord on this Stiefel dossier, Doug. Unbelievable. The feast he's prepared for St. Louis area sports fans this morning.
What do we have?
We just need a coffee mug. Let's get it over to Jackson. Jackson, how is it going over there?
It is funny. Doug, nice haircut, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah, you got a fade.
I sure did. I didn't get a fade. Just a regular old man's haircut.
Is that what you asked for?
Yeah, regular old man's haircut.
Yeah. Jerry the Barber.
Yes, that's right.
Yola.
Well, it looks great.
Does he know he's talked about on this show?
He listens to the show every now and then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's in for a treat today if he's listening today.
What?
We have Chris Kerber coming up at 8:15 talking all things St. Louis Blues.
All right.
We have a surprise guest at 9 o'clock.
I almost forgot about that.
Doug, you want to ask for initials or anything?
Can we get initials real quick, Mike?
Probably not. Sometimes in onboarding, Tim, they will remind us about TSL.
Time spent listening.
Okay. And they said, you haven't done a surprise guest in a while. And I said, I know, this, that, and the other. They said, sometimes just put it on there, and then when it doesn't happen, just say they had to cancel. So I just think now, every once in a while on the dossier, I told Jackson, just throw it on there.
Topical, I would say. So
Yeah,
this is
that's fair.
a topical surprise guest. I
Wow.
think
What could the topic be? I mean, we were in the
Nolan
winter
Arenado.
of our discontent.
maybe not necessarily.
Nolan Arenado will join us on the program. There was something there. I didn't hear it, though.
Papers was trying to help. You're going to have to podcast later to see what
to find out what the
tell
hit was.
Yeah, fair. It's been a little bit since
Arenado
the
will
surprise
join
guest.
us on tape.
Yeah, we have some Arenado sound. A clean sweep for the local hoop rock teams. All three picking up a victory. The Dan Lebitard, Mario Cristobal Secret Service, where they will protect
Jackson
that man.
and I really are enjoying whatever the hell is going on the Dan Lebitard program regarding Miami. Doug will have that for you as well. And
Are you guys monitoring this now?
My TikTok feed now is Dan Lebitard's show, infuriated that they are underdogs to Indiana. I don't know, who gives a damn? Whatever. I think the Cardinals were substantial underdogs to the Tigers in 2006. They were underdogs to the Rangers in 2011. They were underdogs to the Bruins in 2019, the Blues, that is. And you know what happened, Doug?
Yeah. Yeah, they won. We won.
That's
We won.
right.
Yeah,
That's right.
We came through.
Who gives a damn?
Yeah, keep overlooking this city at your peril, pal. I think Bob Nightingale said Tigers in 3, or there was some kind of line.
Yeah, something along those lines.
And then it said, the worst right fielder in history. And then they said Dave Duncan was looking for Bob Nightingale because he was not happy with the review of Chris Duncan's defense.
In addition to that, we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day and the $10,000 HVAC system that is on the line, courtesy of the great Seth Goldcamp, online at designairservice.com. Longest running sponsor on this program. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. Oh, the winds were whipping through the plains yesterday, indicating a cold front has made its way to St. Louis, and that's a 19-degree temperature out there today. High of 34 today, Doug. I got a low of 13, 15, 13, 14 starting on Saturday. Hello again, everybody. You run into an HVAC problem, then what you do is you go to designairservice.com and work with Seth Goldcamp, sponsor of the greatest promotion in the history of the morning after, this $10,000 HVAC system that will go to the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month. Whoever wins the most emails of the day this month gets the $10,000 HVAC system. Currently, as of 7:04 a.m. on January 15th, 2026, the incel from the other side of the couch has a 1-goal lead on Hall of Famers like Carlos Spicy Wiener and Buck Swope, also with wins. Ollie, Sharon, Mitch, and Harold, and that has 2 R's for those of you tracking that. Those are the standings at the halfway point in the month of January.
And that's Sharon with a D?
That's correct.
Rather than Sharon from Clayton.
That's correct. Yeah. And Sharon from Clayton has an alliance with Harrison's brother Master.
Yeah.
And with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, as they have formed the New World Order in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. So there it is, Doug. The table has been set, and we all need to just thank Jackson Burkett for setting it for us.
I didn't do a damn thing.
Thank you, Charcoal.
Well, I was going to give you credit because you initially broke that Brian Dable would be fired by the Giants. You were about a year ahead.
That's right.
But you had it first.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Mike Francesa gets poked at on this show quite a bit, but it appears he was right about John Harbaugh because he just had a feeling. John Harbaugh apparently taking the Giants' job. Many people will credit Adam Schefter with breaking that news. I think TMA loosely broke that story by replaying audio of Mike Francesa because it had to do with where he sat at the racetrack, Tim, and that led to a John Harbaugh take.
That's correct. And was monitoring that situation last night while watching the area, what do you call it, Hoop Rock?
That's right, local rock.
Teams and all victorious. And Ian O'Connor, was he with the USA Today back in the day?
Heaven's sakes, I don't know.
I think so. He is now the Giants beat reporter for one of the many publications there. And Harbaugh was getting ready to fly back to Baltimore. And then the Giants said, you're not leaving. And then the plane was put on hold at the airport Jackson flies in and out of.
And Marty Smith was there waiting for him.
I didn't know he was there.
He just, wherever there's an airport, he's just waiting for a coach.
So they didn't want him to leave Teterboro. And eventually, last evening, they hired John Harbaugh to be the head coach of the Giants. So, Doug, I don't know if you have that as your lead on the Sadie Hawkins. I don't know if you have the surprise guest as the lead on the Sadie Hawkins. I don't know if you have the Billikens, the Tigers, the Illini. The Senators scored 8 goals. I don't know. What do you want to go with?
I'm going to say it's Billikens, rah, rah, rah.
Wow,
10 in a row, 16 and 1.
Wow.
They're not even having close games.
We are now accused of being Billiken simps on this program. Who would have thought the day would come where this show would be Billiken's rights holders? We hold rights.
We should, yeah.
What about in the Jimmy Cruz era? I'm not caught up yet on all the old shows.
Right.
Did you guys simp for Jimmy Cruz back in the day?
I think he was on the show once or twice. He clearly did not really want to be the head coach of the team.
Yep.
No.
Yep. He would remind every scrum he would have, hey, guys, how we... Rick dragged me here, and I just, I was living my life in Indiana, and here we are, right? What are we, 20-2? But sure, fire away, whatever you got.
Jimmy Cruz, don't let me down, Jimmy. I've got you beating Louisville.
He kept pointing out that he really didn't want to coach, but Majerus talked him into it. Then, lo and behold, he became the head coach and the national coach of the year. But he didn't really want to be here.
No. And we'd say, what happened in the game, Coach? Go, I don't know. It's just basketball. Things happen. Yeah, we win, we lose. I don't know. Just oops.
27-7, 28-7 in 2 seasons when they went to the tournament. Well, you talk about the tournament, and the Billikens get another win last night, Doug, and done in comfortable fashion. I don't know if you've heard me say this before. Take a listen to this.
I heard it at a hockey practice over the weekend. Guy comes up to me and says, that Kellen Thames is a bad man.
Yes.
Hey, Mike, I want to slap your big butt cheek.
No.
When I watch the game with my sons, my older son will say, where's the bad man? And then... And then my younger son will say, well, why is he a bad man? So he didn't understand.
No.
It's like, was that Peter Piper by Run DMC from the Raising Hell album?
I don't know.
That's bad, meaning good, right?
Okay.
You remember that, Jackson?
I don't remember
Peter
the song.
Piper?
Sounds right.
I think we could use that as return music today. A Run DMC tribute? Mount Rushmore of Run DMC? Is Walk This Way the George Washington because of the crossover impact it had by pairing with Aerosmith?
I think it was groundbreaking in doing that.
See, Doug?
What about
Just listening and learning.
Thanks, Mo. It's Tricky. Is that the name of the song?
That also was from the Raisin Hell album, which featured My Adidas. Am I right on that? And, of course, Peter Piper. What about Down with the King?
I thought we were talking about Missouri basketball.
We're talking about Billikens basketball, and that's why you need to do some Adderall with Jackson.
Hold on, Tim.
Suck it.
Was it the '84 Cards Cubs weekend, the Ryan Sandberg weekend? I was with cousin John, and we were in Chicago. And we're staying at this
June of 1984, the Ryan Sandberg game.
I was up there with the older buddies that were seniors. We all went up to Chicago for the weekend, Cards Cubs. And at our hotel, the Holiday Inn Merchandise Mart, pretty fancy.
Ooh, humble brag.
Run DMC was staying at the hotel.
No way.
And I knew who they were because of MTV. And we're leaving to go out and get a beer or whatever. I was 16, so I'm sure I was having a soda.
Right.
And they're getting on the tour bus. And I walked up. I don't know if it was Run or DMC. I went up. I said, hey, what's up, guys?
What'd they say? Big
And
fans?
I said, where's the show tonight? Any tickets? And I swear to you, it's one of the two. Turned and said, yeah, there's probably some for sale. And got on the and got on the bus.
Here you were simping for them.
Yes. I was,
that off?
what's up, guys? We'd love to come to your
guys.
show. You at the Vic? You at the Scott? Yeah, there's tickets for sale. Okay. Have a great show, guys.
Doug, do you remember the Rams-Eagles opener? Was that September 9th, 2001? And they would later play in the NFC Championship game, and Aeneas Williams would pick off Donovan McNabb to send the Rams to the Super Bowl for
I remember
what would
that
become
game, sure.
the beginning of the end of the NFL in St. Louis, but we didn't know it at the time. Do you remember that?
I remember the game, yeah.
When I was checking into the hotel, Martin, I don't know if you went to that game. It was at the Vet, the old Vet.
Did not.
It was a great game. I think it went to overtime. Was it 17-14?
I don't remember the score, Tim.
I was checking into the hotel right behind.
Wow, these questions are tough.
Something's wrong with my drop machine. I'm clicking on these drops just to open them. They keep playing. Sorry.
So you're mad when drops are played? That just shows that Big Tuft is right and you are
I want them.
anti-drops.
I want them played when I want them played.
This is like
I want an Oompa Loompa and I want one now, Daddy.
Yeah.
it's like the Dota where two shows are happening at the same time.
Please continue. I apologize.
I was checking in behind DMC at that hotel, and I knew the difference between them. And then in Las Vegas, was that 2017, I saw Run in the lobby of the hotel where I was staying, and that was the same weekend I was checking in behind Jermaine Dupri, who I tower over, and I cannot say that too often unless Mickey Carroll is at a Girl Next Door event. These are all facts.
Okay.
You can
Doug,
check them. Look it up. I don't give a damn.
Who do you follow closer, Run or DMC?
I wouldn't know either one if they walked in that door
What
right
about
now.
Jam Master Jay?
No.
You would, because he'd be a hologram.
I wouldn't
And
know.
that's where Down with the King is a tribute. So I went nothing but Run DMC, and we're talking about this because Martin was looking for tickets at the bus in 1984 outside of Wrigley Field or the Holiday Inn Merchandise Mart.
Yeah.
I guess it's worth a shot. You see somebody like that.
Yeah, pucks on net.
Can I have a ticket? Who, for all you know, he had a pocket full. Here you go, kid. I'm going to Chicago. Stand up.
How about that?
I have a feeling if I was a female and I wasn't a dopey-looking person, maybe there would have been a chance.
Ticket for you, yeah.
Run DMC came out in 1984, Doug. What a year it was. So anyway, the Billikens are pretty good.
Imagine if WFAN led with St. John's this morning. We are the most pathetic sports town in America. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Well, we're getting there, yes. The Billikens are a nice little feather in our cap at the moment. Where would we be without them?
I bet they've led with St. John's in New York over the years.
Like
Chris
when they
Mullen
played
was
the
lighting it up.
Billikens in the NIT with Anthony Bonner, and Lou Carnesecca got himself an NIT title. Am I correct on that?
Louis
89?
Carnesecca with his sweaters.
I bet Dick Vitale liked him. That's just my guess. So Hunchback Von Castle says we should not lead with the Billikens, or he's saying it's just pathetic that it's come to this point.
Well,
Nothing wrong with having a good college basketball team in your town.
No.
Got
Knock it
three,
off.
got three of them.
Yeah.
And those games are nicely staggered last night.
Yeah, that was
At a
nice.
6, a 7, and a 7:30 start.
How do you do?
Illini are really good, but that Welsh Ryan will sometimes grab you up. That trip to Evanston can sometimes trip you up. But the Illini have won 6 in a row. The Billikens have won 10 in a row. And Mizzou, that was one of those games you just had to have. You can't lose to Auburn at home if you're a tournament team.
Couldn't agree more.
And it got a little tight there at the end, Papers. They had to come back at the outset. Got tied at the end. How were you feeling? Did you go outside and scream and run up and down the street?
No, I mean, there was frustrating a little bit because free throws still rearing their ugly head. But they had played a really good game after the first 4 minutes and until the last 4 minutes. They played a really nice, 34 minutes there, or about 32 minutes. But you have to sign up to play 40 minutes when you play college basketball. Just take a look around the landscape of the game. Teams can cut double-digit leads within minutes, so you got to stay away from getting tight. Mizzou got a little tight, but hey, Mizzou's beat 2 teams that went to the Final Four last year. So for those who, are like, well, Mizzou's like not very good, I'd put that in front of you and say There's that 3-1 in the SEC play and tied for first.
Just put that right in front of you.
Yeah,
Tied
if
for
we just
first
hadn't
in the
seen that
SEC.
Illinois game, we'd probably think completely differently of
Or
Mizzou.
the Kansas game.
Yeah.
Or the Notre Dame game.
Yeah, well, that's just part of the season. The season, unfortunately, doesn't end at the end of December. It ends at the end of April.
You wish it ended at the end of December.
No, I don't wish it ended. That's my point, is that there's a last season to be played.
Yeah, but that was a game where a lot of fans watch. They may not watch another Mizzou game up to that point, but
Well, then
you-
they seem like real
you
big
see 'em-
sports fans.
Well,
Oh,
but
papers
that's
is
the
loaded for
narrative.
bear.
That's the narrative a lot of people have is, oh, I saw them play Illinois. Ugh, boy, they're terrible. But they're not terrible.
Well, I mean,
Certain
yeah,
nights they're pretty bad, but other nights are pretty good.
again, 3-1 in SEC play. That's tops of the conference.
After Vanderbilt got shipped last night. Jackson, I'm leaving money on the table. 2 nights ago, I said, God bless America. I just need to look at the schedule. Hell, I mean, this is pretty basic stuff. When a big-time team with a big-time ranking goes into a big-time building, they tend to have problems. It's just the way that it works in college basketball. It isn't absolute. 2 nights ago, it was Iowa State undefeated going into Rock Chalk Jayhawk. You could be the, 2016 Warriors and have problems going into Fog Allen. And, of course, they get shipped. Last night, there was one that was out there, and it was obvious.
Texas taking on
And
Vandy.
you better believe it.
Texas coming off the win against Alabama at home.
It's just the way that it works. And just like when Texas, if they go there, I don't know how it'll work. I know that play everybody home and away, but I would take Vanderbilt. It's just the way that it works in college basketball. And I think it's probably in the 75% conversion realm.
Yeah.
I wasn't surprised by that at all. Vanderbilt undefeated going into Austin 2 nights ago. Iowa State undefeated going into Lawrence. Both come out and get beat pretty comfortably.
Yeah. Yep.
That's the way that it works. It's the psychology of young people going into environments like that. There's only 5 of them, and if it messes up 1 or 2, it's going to impact the way that they perform. It's just kind of ABC poker. Doug, we're leaving dollars out on the table. I know you want to do this show for 25 more years.
At least.
But, if you do want to head to South Florida or Southern California, I think we can just bet on these home teams when they face top-ranked teams and shut it down. It's up to you, though. Do the show remotely.
Okay.
Maybe just do it 3.5 hours instead of 4 from South Florida.
Good for the Billikens, too. Not only beating Fordham, but Stanford picks up a win against North Carolina, number 14 team in the country.
Yeah, Stanford is making a little Sunday charge. They had beaten Louisville. And that's a team that anybody who watched that game, and I realize that probably wasn't many people, but the Billikens were in complete control of until a freak ending. Jackson, what would your power rankings of the 3 area teams, 1, 2, and 3?
Illinois won.
I believe it's Illinois.
Yeah, you're right. Illinois.
Won with a bullet.
Yeah.
Honestly, a pretty big gap in
That
between.
might be a national championship team.
Certainly a contender. They are a fully loaded team. The SLU and Mizzou conversation is a tough one because SLU has certainly had the better season. They have not had the ups and downs that Mizzou has had. However, I don't know if SLU would beat teams like Florida. I don't know how they'd fare against an Auburn or a Kentucky. I don't know.
How would Missouri do against Fordham?
Probably a pretty similar result that SLU had. SLU plays
What
a much
about going into LaSalle? You think Gates can just walk in there and win?
SLU plays a much more fun brand of basketball to watch.
I think Mizzou could have handled Principia.
Yeah, that Principia. I think Jay Blossom's bunch down the road would have maybe fared better.
The other Principia.
Yeah, the high school. But that's a tough one. That's a real coin toss. And I don't know if I can say definitively one way or another.
Kwame Voyukis IV can't believe what he's hearing. There is no way Jackson is doing this right now. That's from Kwame Voyukis IV. Usually, Martin, if I'm not mistaken, he likes to go after you. He has turned his attention to Jackie Papers. I don't know what he means by that.
Well, I think if people would be like insta-call, like, no, SLU is better than Mizzou this season, I would ask, do you think SLU would beat Florida? Even if that was at Chaffetz. I just don't. In fairness, though, I think it's a matchup issue bigger than like that caliber of team. I don't think Florida. I think Florida's a bad matchup problem for SLU. I think SLU could beat a team of that caliber, but it's tough given the schedule. We've only seen them play one team that Mizzou plays every night.
Take off your Mizzou gimp mask, pagan. That's from Maxwell Hung. Is that in reference to the character from Landman?
I mean, again, like. I know that Mizzou had the Illinois game.
It's fine.
But this is such like a losing.
Trying to go
But this is like such a losing thing for me because like I'm being honest, and I think if you were to ask unbiased national college basketball people, they would probably give you a similar answer. Like, wow, that's a pretty tough up and down. I'm not sure, But because I'm who I am, it's just going to be met with negativity.
This guy says you're a simp with a gimp.
Okay. All right. If
think
someone
it's-
can point a hole in my logic, that would make it for a more good faith argument.
Jugs in D.C., who I think we tried to get to call in the other day, he wasn't happy that Doug didn't pay homage to George Mason or George Washington, which got us into how Chuck Todd had George Washington change their nickname from the Colonials to the what?
Revolutionaries.
Yeah, and that rolls off the tongue. He says, SLU would absolutely dog walk Mizzou. The Tigers absolutely are ass. Jackson, you dumbass. Mizzou sucks ass.
Oh.
Yes, they would. Jackson, you dumb homer. This take is borderline Orlovsky-esque. That's Jugs in D.C., and we'll move him to the front of the line. And the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And he loves George Mason or George Washington? Either way, wonderful
I
close.
don't know.
Mizzou's tied for first in the SEC. Like, I'm not saying something that's outlandish. They have more quad one wins than SLU, but that's also not fair because SLU doesn't get the opportunity to play those because of the scheduling issue. It's a really hard thing to compare. They would need to play on a neutral site floor for this to be definitive. I can't be an idiot for thinking that a team who's 3-1 in the SEC could be better than SLU.
We are
Sorry.
50 spots ahead of Mizzou in the NCAA net rankings. This is just such an embarrassing take from Jackson. That's Kwame Voyoukas IV.
But we're talking about the Missouri team that is playing right now, and they are not the same Missouri team that played in December.
That's right. That's like when our friend from ESPN, Tom Hart, was on the show and told that story of Norm Stewart calling Dennis Gates after Missouri got pounded by Illinois in the bragging rights game. And I gather the background of the story is Norm Stewart was telling Dennis Gates, hey, we got worked over at Bud Walton Arena by the 1993 Arkansas Razorbacks, who would become the national champions a few months later. And then Paul O'Linney, Doug, you remember Paul O'Linney?
Sure, yeah.
Was watching on television and said, oh my, I could help this team. And then he joins the Tigers. They go undefeated in what was the Big Eight, and they go to the Elite Eight, joining Arkansas, as a matter of fact, in the Big Eight, or in the Elite Eight. And Doug would cover Mizzou, Arizona, out in Los Angeles, and while he was doing a live shot, Martin, somebody got stabbed outside the LA Coliseum.
Yeah, LA Arena.
Or
yeah.
Sports Arena.
A little stabbing back there. Livens up a live shot, I'll tell you that. You're just happy to be alive, much less going live.
Did you pivot then to a news reporter?
Yeah.
Go and cover it?
No, they weren't interested. I just said, did
you have Larry's-
notice what's going on behind me? Guy opened the door to talk to his girlfriend. She stabbed him.
Did you have Larry's
It happens.
taser handy?
I did not have a taser. No.
SLU stands sound pathetic right now. That's from Adman the Madman. Welcome
Again,
to the show.
my original take was I can't say one way or another. It's a real coin toss on who you think would be better. I think you can make an argument easily for both teams.
All these SLU fans, and then it gets graphic regarding what they can do with their mouths and a body part. Oh. I'm with you, Jackie. That's from the 314.
But I
SLU
didn't-
would run Mizzou out of the gym, moron. What are you watching? That's Dino Bravo, and it is not going well right now in the Air
See,
Comfort
it's like
Service.
just like now because I've been worried about this for a while, especially with Mizzou, having a much better season after the Illinois game. Is like this is going to be a question that comes to my way, and I'll say something, and I'll be ripped to shreds by SLU people because they're having an outstanding season. There is no doubt that they're having an awesome season. They're probably the best mid-major team in the country. It's just unfortunate if you're trying to compare them to a Power 4 team because they just only have played one. They've only played one, so similar competition. It's just too hard to judge right now.
What about the eye test? The committee likes the eye test.
But again, I'm watching the eye test based on SLU playing. VCU,
It's hard to do.
that's a much better way to look at it. Like if you look at the VCU game, that's a very, very strong VCU Rams team. That's one to look at. Last night against Fordham, tough to gather. Fordham is not that good.
Vince Lombardi went there.
Good for Vince Lombardi.
So did Frankie Frisch.
Okay. So did Mike Breen.
I really think
It's
it's
Bronx. It's on the Bronx.
Yeah.
I think it's hard for a lot of people to get the taste of the Illinois loss out of their mouths. They can't get that vision out of their head. People watched that game and came to the conclusion Mizzou sucks. And it's going to take a lot of wins to get that out of their head.
Yeah, and I get that. But I would are like a 1-point loss, a 40-point loss. It's still one loss in the win column.
And even the best of teams sometimes just can't get anything going on a certain night and have nothing. And that was Mizzou that night. They're a much better team than they showed against Illinois.
But I mean, it is important. This is a major credit to Jackson because in the midst of all the criticism of the team that he loves so much, the Missouri basketball team, he was saying, you guys can say whatever you want. I'm just telling you, if and when they get Jaden Stone and Trent Pierce back, they're going to be a different team. He was saying that in December before they got him back. They got him back, and clearly they are a better team. I think they could have / should have beaten Florida by more than they actually did. The Kentucky win required a significant comeback at the end. Kentucky got a hell of a win last night.
Great
buzzer
win.
beater in Baton Rouge. I don't know if you've had a chance to see that, but I would recommend looking that up on YouTube or social media. And then they should have, without question, beaten, I think, the worst team in the SEC or one of the worst teams in Ole Miss. But that free throw thing, that's a constant. That wasn't a one-off, and you brought that up as a continuing problem for this team. And then last night, they were in complete control of that game. And if you look at the box score, I guess at the end they were able to pull away, but it got tight there. Did it get down to 4, I think?
Yeah, 6 for sure, and then maybe 4.
And then they, to their credit, were able to respond to that adversity. So realistically, it is not a stretch to say that they could be / should be 4-0 since that game. It's also not a stretch at all to say the Billikens should be undefeated.
Yeah.
Illinois, meanwhile, is playing, without question, a much more difficult schedule and is sitting there with 3 losses, one of which was a buzzer beater against... Is Nebraska still undefeated, or have they gotten...
I believe they are.
They are, yeah. Vandy dropped last night. And
Iowa State lost 2 nights ago.
there's
Miami,
3 left.
Ohio, Doug, is still...
Yeah, there's 3 left.
Lurking.
Nebraska.
Michigan lost over the weekend to Wisconsin. Point being... that's the level that Illinois is. I mean, Illinois, to me, if you're setting expectations, I mean, anything can happen in this thing. I mean, if St. Peter's can go as deep as they went. But Illinois fans' expectations, I would imagine, are this thing could be a Final Four operation. If you're a Missouri fan, a Sweet 16 at this moment would feel damn good. And if you're a Billiken fan, I think a Sweet 16 would feel damn good. But the hope is to make sure that you just get in because you're in this weird spot that you really can't afford to lose because you don't have the opportunity to play the caliber of teams that Missouri and Illinois do. And it's unfortunate because it is really difficult to compare the teams when St. Louis University really hasn't played. God, I don't know. Who's the absolute best that they've played?
Stanford.
At this point, Stanford's the highest in the NCAA
they just
net.
knocked off number 14 team
I
in the
know
country.
that, but I don't know ranking-wise if that's where they would be. I think it would be VCU from an NCAA net standpoint.
Yeah, VCU is undoubtedly their best win. I think that you could make an argument either way for Stanford. VCU is their best game. Or Santa Clara.
And the free throws, to be fair, last night was heavily Mark Mitchell. He was 6 of 14.
And he's not a good free throw shooter. That's the issue with Missouri hasn't been necessarily Mitchell because you kind of know that going in. It's been the other guys. But either way, you just have to make free throws.
Right, but the team last night, they hit 15 of 17 other than Mark Mitchell.
Right.
He was 6 of 14. So last night it was glaring that it was.
But he also needs to be better. I mean,
well, I understand. I'm not excusing him. No, I'm
country.
saying, but last night it was pretty specific to one guy.
Yeah, that's a good observation there, Martin.
Thanks,
Nice
buddy.
going, Martin.
Thanks, buddy. We're back.
It was a great night of college basketball. Did you guys see Boopy Miller for SMU?
gosh.
Oh, you talk about Boopy and what he does at SMU. You know, he had a buzzer beater last year as well. And last night, from half court, he hits the 3 to win the game, and then a flame shoots out of the basket somehow. Where the hell did the flame come from? How are you going to look these kids in the eye when somebody gets incinerated because of a flame behind the backboard?
Whoever was on the pyrotechnic team there, 10 out of 10. Nailed it. Finger
ready.
on the trigger, ready to fire that off as soon as the net swished. Boopy Miller.
The mayor of Burkesville has looked up Jackson's basketball statistics. Jackson thinks he's a ball knower. Can we talk about Paper's basketball stats? He only played in 16 of 26 games as a senior and shot 18.2% from 2, 0% from 3, and a robust 38.5 from the free throw line. Total of 9 points for the season. That's the mayor of Burkesville. Doug, is that alarming?
Is that out there somewhere?
I don't even know if that's accurate.
Your Ledoux stats are out there?
Those seem fudged.
Is that like in your Twitter bio when you give takes?
Whoever that is, if they want to play one-on-one, I'm ready.
Oh, gosh.
Put your money where your mouth is. Talking all that mess. It's hard to come in and after sitting for 34 minutes and then try to get a bucket.
Who would have put your stats on the internet?
Well, it's always in the newspaper.
I went to do a little fact checking on that.
Is it accurate?
Well, when I typed in Jackson Burkett Ladue High School, the first thing that comes up says Jackson Burkett was a standout basketball player for Ladue Horton Wattens High School.
My mom is in the Jewish Light.
Known for his skills, earning college offers, including one from the University of Missouri under Coach Dennis Gates.
Yep.
Who wrote this little bio up?
That would be the AI overview.
Oh, nice.
Is
All
that
right.
right?
All right. So,
Alpha
yeah.
Nicola.
Yeah, so they can complain about those stats. I got offers, baby.
You must have
The
something
guy
going
looking
on.
up those stats needs to be locked up. That's from Jugs in D.C.
Agreed.
Those stats actually might be accurate.
They might be.
Yeah, they might be.
Oh, man, that's devastating, Jackson. That's tough. That's Harrison's brother master.
Yeah. Again, anyone who wants to play in ones and wants to talk about my ability, it's cool. Strap up your shoes and let's play.
Don't say strap up your shoes.
Let's strap on.
Tim, how about the text that just says, what a douche? And I don't know if that's you,
Well,
me,
I mean, I
Doug.
think I'm the leader on that, but
Are we
at the
keeping
same time,
score?
it could be any of us. LOL, let's go and bring a camera, $1,000 one-on-one. That's from Dino Bravo. Sounds like he wants a piece of ass. This could be a cottage industry for you.
Yeah, if people want to keep talking that mess.
So you're going to take on Dino Bravo. Where's it going to be? St. Gabriel's to accommodate the size?
That should just be the standard.
You don't know how old he is, how big he is, what his
Okay.
background
That
is.
could be Buck Grimm texting in.
I hope it is. I don't care. Sight unseen, baby.
Why? Because you know he won't jump if you drive like Tyus Edney?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's fine.
We'll bring
Keep
the
that
cameras.
hand down, man down.
What if it's Robbie Avila?
That would be a problem.
You couldn't handle him one-on-one, could you?
Absolutely not. Not really a great one-on-one player. Game's played 5-on-5.
A guy circling back to Jimmy Cruz, he had a number of folksy sayings, too, like, well, I think two things, and I don't know what just happened. Classic stuff. Anyways, Doug, let me at that tush. That's from Brian Henshin, who is waiting to find out if the Colts will get an invite to the divisional round.
I just got sexually harassed
By
from
the
a
Colts beat
writer,
writer.
from another media member.
Do you like when a coach says, I don't really know what just happened? Do you have to look at the film, Coach? Yeah, we need to look at the film.
Jackson, you got a lot of offers here to play. This
All right.
really could be a cottage industry. There might be $10,000 sitting in this text inbox for you.
Good.
Come and get it.
Come and get it.
I mean, even if you just go 6-4, it's profit season.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident about that.
There you
I'll be
go.
the ref and give you some favorable markings.
Yeah.
Can't do that at St. Gabriel's.
That's right. It's fungo or no one.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah.
Jim doesn't open without him.
And all of this because I think papers are just trying to use some
Just
logic.
talking basketball.
Now, SLU's having a big year. It's exciting. I hope they hope they get in. Hope they make a run. But I don't think you can say definitively if only these two would play. Just play every year.
Yeah.
Just
That
every
would
year.
and
you get bragging rights for the year. Just do it.
I
All these
couldn't
other
agree more. I would
states,
love-
they
I
all
would
do
love it.
Just do it.
I think it goes back and forth in Columbia at St. Louis. I don't think you even need to go neutral side or anything.
Well, you don't have to be a superstar player to be an observer of the game.
God, no.
We can all criticize Cardinal pitching knowing full well we couldn't begin to hit it.
Right. Whatever. I pay asinine comments no mind.
Okay.
But I will. Any opportunity to put on the basketball shoes and play, I'm happy to do.
Big Tough, who is critical of your drops, is now saying that Jackson SLU basketball take was one of the worst, and I mean the worst takes I've ever heard. And this show has 20-plus year track record of bad takes. That's from Big Tough. Doug, is that the worst take in the history of this show?
His take was that Mizzou and SLU are about the same team.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't seem outrageous to me at all. Love to see them play each other.
God,
You
this
want
is
to
all
go
I
up
want.
against Big Tough?
I was talking, I'd love to see the Billikens and Tigers
Oh.
play, not Jackson and Big Tough.
Or you
Would you
and
go
Big
to
Tough.
that, though, if they did play?
Probably would.
Like if the opener
bring
was Missouri
cameras.
against SLU, and then afterwards the grand finale is Jackson versus Big Tough?
Yeah, I'd watch that.
That'd be fun.
This is all at St. Gabe's.
Ideally.
What about at Billiken halftime? Instead of those babies crawling all over the place, we have a Papers halftime showdown.
Where I just take on the king of the court and take on any challenger.
Come on down.
Just wave them on down.
Bring up SLU versus Mizzou to Hawley when he's in. That's from Just Don't Press Push. Martin, I don't believe it's Josh Hawley who's coming in. It's Eric Schmidt, the junior U.S. Senator, and he's coming in tomorrow?
He'll be here tomorrow.
How about that?
Because
this show is a show where newsmakers go to make news.
If you went to a Billiken game and started challenging people to come out of the stands, you'd get your ass kicked.
You think?
Because there's a lot of former players.
A lot of tall people.
I don't want any guys who used to play.
Here comes Anthony Bonner. Oh, no.
Can you imagine that? Oh, who wants a piece of this? Papers?
Yeah. Jordan Jet comes walking
Happens to
down.
be at the game.
Slew's going to the Elite Eight. I'll take all comers on that. That's from Marsh's collage program.
I'm not saying that they won't.
How about that?
I'm not saying that they won't. I think any team in the NCAA tournament would be upset to see SLU across the bracket from them because they know they're going to give them a hell of a game.
Doug, did you see where Joe Lenardi has St. Louis University?
No.
Is there a new bracket?
There is on Tuesdays. I mean, I just keep hitting refresh on Tuesday mornings. Going to be fun because they're going to be taking on Seton Hall in the first round as a 9 seed. Seton Hall in the first round as a 9 seed at this tournament. Now, that was on Tuesday. That was before the Fordham win.
Okay.
I think they might have had that one penciled in already.
I think what makes the Billikens dangerous is that they can really shoot.
Yeah.
And if they get hot, I really mean it this time. If they can just get hot. If they get hot from shooting, they can light up the scoreboard.
Yeah. And they shoot a lot. They like to quick possessions, which I like.
Tim, I'm starting to wonder if Doug's Blues takes were just propped up on management. If we could just get hot. And this time he says, well, this one I really mean.
Yeah.
12 of 30 on threes is about right. That's a pretty darn good percentage.
You're going to win a lot of basketball games shooting
How
that.
about this? And what did the bad man have last night? He had 17 points in 13 minutes or something like that.
16 points, 18 minutes, 7 of 9 from the field.
I mean,
Efficient.
yeah. I can't wait. I don't know when it will happen. I guess it theoretically could happen against those Richmond Spiders, Doug. 13-5, Richmond coming to town. Anybody going? I'll be there Saturday, 3 p.m. What? I love watching them play. And my family loves going to those games, too. Saturday, 3 p.m., Richmond in town. But whenever that time comes, I will be curious what the minute dispersion will look like. Because right now I think they manage his minutes because of the cramping issues that he has had. But when the time comes and they actually are tested, I would imagine you will see more minutes. He certainly had more minutes when they were at VCU last week.
Yeah, you would think. There were 6 guys who played more than he did last night.
Tim, SLU has the potential to be an Elite Eight team. I am an avid college basketball fan and grew up close with Gino Auriemma.
Really?
My family and his were very close. Papers knows ball, but SLU is better and would paste them if they played each other. Coaching matters. I have spoken. That's from Marsh's collage program. I like that when somebody says, I have spoken.
Well, just because you knew Gino Auriemma doesn't mean you know hoops better than Jackson.
Maybe he sat around and talked ball.
And I'm not saying that I'm some psychic or I've Mr. Basketball. I just love the sport, love watching it, watched it for a long time, and I love the way SLU plays. It's really fun to watch. They're really well coached.
SLU won't even make the NCAA tournament. That's from Doug's Dungeon Dweller.
I don't think there's anything that you can see so far in the SLU season that says they won't make the tournament. I think everything that they've done has
their
led
conference and the lack of bids. I mean, there is a.
But even if they lose 2 more games and don't win the A10, I think that they'll still get an
I
automatic
hope the
bid.
record is so gaudy. And even though the rankings shouldn't have any indication on anything, if you could sit there for a while at 23, 24, it just adds to this national cachet, even though it shouldn't mean
Gets in people's heads. Yeah,
Yes.
100%. And I think they will be ranked come Monday.
We got a break. We just did a 37-minute segment.
What did we talk about?
Ball.
Yeah, ball knowers. It is the 7 o'clock hour, and the 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Healthcare Evolution, online at healthcare-evolution.com. Doug, you got a little shoulder situation, kind of like I did.
Yeah, a bit of a stiff shoulder. I don't know if it's a frozen shoulder, but
Frozen shoulder?
Let me go
I've never
back
heard
like
that.
this.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so it's just
The
a little
left
bit of a
shoulder is better. The right
Left
one?
shoulder's fine.
God
Right
bless.
shoulder, yeah, always feels like I just pitched a doubleheader.
Well, they want to see you out at Healthcare
Get out
Evolution, and this is something that has really enthused a number of our audience members because they can relate. You get an injury, whether it be you're playing one-on-one against Jackson, you're working out. A lot of people get back in the gym right around this time every year. And then you get some kind of injury. You go in to see your doctor after a couple of weeks of waiting, and then your doctor says to go see a specialist. Then you got another few weeks of waiting, and then then maybe you can get an MRI, and maybe then physical therapy, and then you wait another few weeks, and then maybe you can get some treatment. That is what Healthcare Evolution eliminates. You can get a free consultation at healthcare-evolution.com. Imagine that appointment that you have in February. You don't have to worry about it. You can get in there today. They are a St. Louis-based business. Logan Taylor is the founder. I know Logan, so I can speak firsthand. That's who I went to see regarding my shoulder labrum tear. And man, now I understand why this place is taking off. They give your body the tools to heal itself. They place the long road of chronic issue leading to surgery within a 30-minute regenerative procedure that puts you back out on the field, the ice, the court, or back in the gym. They've removed the middleman by moving away from restrictive insurance models where they provide unhurried and personalized care. You are not just a time slot in their day. You are a partner in your own healing. It's ultrasound-guided injections. Seeing is healing. Cash pay, upfront pricing, no financial surprises, and it is unhurried, personalized care, the end of the 7-minute doctor visit that only leads to another appointment months later. It's Healthcare Evolution, healthcare-evolution.com, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour. This is the Morning After, presented by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Oh, here it is, Doug. Tell me this isn't the jam.
It's not as good as what I heard yesterday. We'll get your asses next year. The Frank Sinatra tune for the Cardinals. Yeah.
Man, I miss those Adidas sweatsuits. Bring those back.
Let's bring them back.
Hey, let's do it.
Why don't you wear that when you play Big Tough for $1,000 one-on-one?
That's too much clothing.
Wow. Hot.
Weirdo.
A sweatsuit?
Naked basketball?
Nah. Boy short.
It
T-shirt.
says juicy on the back?
Ideally.
I am going to
if
go
they're
to
clean.
this. It's TMA 101 ESPN shows also on YouTube. You subscribe to it, and then you can go in there and talk it over with John Scores, the Walrus King, Nipper School Monitor, DJ Patty Cakes, and Libby Jackie DiCaprio still has his Auburn
You got to change that to
avatar.
LSU.
They are all in there. It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 206 friends in there. 6,440 subscribers. Subscribe to it. Papers, we're going to do a QFTA today.
Yeah.
Okay. I got a doctor's appointment. Doug, what time is my appointment?
I don't know.
I think it's at 12.
Doug, get his planner. His day book.
12:40 or 12:50, which is great news for you because that means we can only go like an hour.
Yeah, we'll
with
be
the QFTA.
Called it a hard out.
Hard, I know. Jackson loves the hard out. And do you have a movie boy today with Gareth or Marsh? Or...
No, recorded that yesterday, so we're good.
Oh, who's that one?
Gareth.
Gareth?
I call him Gary, but his name's Gareth.
Movie-related papers.
What do we got?
I was doing a little dive on Fordham since the Billikens dispatched the Rams last night.
Sure.
Did you know Fordham's Rose Hill campus is named the second most filmed campus in North America for films that were shot there, including The Verdict, the great Paul
Yeah.
Newman
Wow.
movie.
Set in Boston.
He would sit down and have a drink with you.
That movie is what led to Massachusetts giving like tax credits to movies because they were so pissed that this Boston movie got shot in New York.
Really?
Yeah.
Backstory.
That's why I
Quiz
love
show.
Movie Boy.
Nice back.
Quiz show?
Great
Great
movie.
Robert Redford.
Kinsey, Love Story, Fair Game.
I thought Kinsey was supposed to be based out of St. Louis.
These are all shot, I
Is that
guess.
Liam
at least-
Neeson?
Kinsey.
The 93 crime drama, A Bronx Tale.
Oh, how do you do, Cologino, Chaz Palminteri, Bobby De Niro,
A Beautiful Mind. All of
Russell
these.
Crowe. Was that Jennifer Connelly
I
in
don't know
there?
who it was. I don't know.
What year was that, Doug? A Beautiful Mind? Was
I
it
don't know the
2001?
years, Martin.
01, I think. Kinsey was set at Indiana University, but they used Fordham.
It's a cool campus. But they're no test for the Billikens.
What's the most filmed campus?
It
Harvard?
doesn't
I was
say
going to go
that.
Harvard.
That sounds right.
Probably like UCLA.
Yeah,
or
That's
something.
because they're in L.A.
USC, maybe. one
Yeah,
of those.
probably something like that.
Maybe the Sigma Chi House at Mizzou. I think they shot Scarface there.
Yeah.
I don't know, we'll look it up.
They shot at Animal House at the University of Oregon.
But it's a great question, Tim. However, this Wikipedia story only mentions it's the second most filmed. It does not mention the first.
Get it together, Wikipedia! Speaking of people angry about things that they maybe shouldn't be angry about, Doug, this is where we get into this Miami, Indiana thing and the Dan Le Batard show, and they are just not happy. I mean, it's getting to the point now where Dan, the host of the program, and Stu Gatz, he's on the sabbatical doing afternoon drive on Fox Sports Radio.
Really?
And they don't know when he's coming back.
Oh, that's nice.
It's an odd deal. So there's this guy who's a huge Miami fan who's co-hosting with Dan, and boy, Martin, are they not happy about Miami
But nothing's happened. They haven't played the game.
This one's
being
unbelievable.
8.5-point underdog.
Okay. Sometimes your team's the underdog.
If you think I'm a Mizzou homer, just wait till you hear this little.
Doug, do you think they get textures to their
MP3.
show that says, my family grew up next to Coach Schellenberger,
Howard Schellenberger,
and I
Doug,
know
you covered him.
football,
Probably do.
and I think Miami will beat them? Or somebody will say, yeah, my cousin used to cut Jimmy Johnson's lawn, and therefore I got a good read on this.
Are you playing the audio? I
Yeah, here we go.
apologize.
Here we go.
I didn't-
Here we go.
I'm expecting their best game. And admittedly, that's a dangerous thing to expect when Mario Cristobal is your coach reputationally. Reputationally, expecting Mario Cristobal's team to play the best game in the biggest moment that doesn't have any of the undisciplined sloppiness in it.
What are you talking about?
No, you know that's the
reputationally, right?
Reputation. What? Yeah, but you're the ones making the reputation.
I'm not
Reputationally,
making the
Miami
reputation,
always
Mike.
gets up for the big games. Always.
Mike, Cristobal.
Mario Cristobal teams always get up for the big games. What are you talking about?
Mike.
What is the big game?
Mike.
No. Dan.
No.
Reputationally, don't talk to me about something that's made up. What are the big games that Mario? I am mad now. What are the big? Name
mad
them.
now.
Name them.
Mike.
What are the big games that a Mario Cristobal team has not shown up for? I am waiting.
Okay, now.
I am waiting.
Okay, all right, Mike. Quit
I
being-
am waiting.
quit being-
I am waiting.
5
No.
seconds.
Quit being. Are you calling me an because I'm calling you out on your bull? Answer the question. Spot the god ball.
Gosh.
Name a game. Name a big game that a Mario Cristobal team has not
murdering
shown
the
up
show
for.
with their bare hands and a dismemberment kit
You
in
don't
cold
just
blood.
make it louder. This is bull. You can just lie on the microphone. He's had 2 months of big games, and the team has shown up. And you're talking to me about a reputation? Guess who's making the reputation up? Dan Lebitard. Tell me the big game that a Mario Cristobal coach team has not shown up for since he's been at Miami. I double dog dare you.
Leave. Leave, because I'm not going to be interrupted again, so just leave.
Childish.
It is a good rhetorical trick
Aren't
that
you
he's
supposed to
doing.
be naked? Because you already showed your ass.
Got him. Got him on the way out.
Doug, it's that kind of takesmith thing that has kept us out of the big money.
That's why they're making huge bucks.
I found
already
it.
showed
It's
your ass.
Mike Ruiz, and there's a storyline when he walked out of the show, but that was from 2 years ago, Tim. So we've got a theme.
It looks like there's another.
He may have overreacted just a little bit, although I think his point was probably accurate.
I am mad now.
That's a good one to have in the rotation paper.
Mike Ruiz is the secret of the success of the Dan Lebitard show back in 2024.
Is that right? I thought it was Stu Gatz. Guys, this guy needs to get laid. That's from Mr. Nipples.
Was it Lebitard's dad who would sit in on his show with Pamani
That
Jones?
sounds right. Is he from
Yeah.
Cuba,
Yeah,
perhaps?
the Poppy, I think they call him.
Yes.
You just sit in the middle and smile the whole
Yeah,
time.
between him and Pamani Jones in like someone's kitchen.
What in the hell did I just listen to? That's Jugs, and he is in Washington, D.C.
That was a hot take.
Yeah.
It's talk radio the way it was meant to be performed. That's what it was.
That could get a Barrett right there.
There's an award you think that could be sitting
Just
out there?
at the end of the presentation, they said, "It's time now to give out the Barrett," and it's just for like the best take.
Miami has a real shot to be an upset dandy darling in the championship game, chaps. Trust me on that. My dad played bocce with Tony Montana. That's from Dale, and he's in Grubville. Yeah, I mean, no matter what, whatever the hell goes down on Monday night, that program will be a live one on Tuesday. Sweet mother
Must
of mercy.
listen.
But I do think, in general, the vast majority of the country is expecting Indiana to beat the hell out of Miami. Would you agree with that, or am I off on that? Okay.
I mean, it's
and by the way, I don't blame them for that.
Yeah, how can you watch Indiana's last couple of games and kind of come away with they're certainly favored to win. Like maybe not beat the hell out of them, but like they're certainly the favorite. I mean, Oregon's a really good football team, and Indiana absolutely dismantled them. Alabama, the prestige they have, dismantled. The Ohio State game, maybe not as much of an indicator just because it was a Big Ten championship game that ultimately didn't matter, but still beat them.
That sounded like Mr. Licks yelling at his TV in his trailer home after Ole Miss lost to Miami. That's from Al Formicola's burner account. Dan Lebitard program where they are insulted by the fact that Miami is now an 8.5-point underdog.
And it's really kind of driven a wedge between the hosts.
And Lebitard wasn't saying, like, he's obviously rooting for Miami, but not hard enough.
And what he was saying is a narrative about Mario Cristobal.
He tightens up with game management in crucial moments. But then his co-host demanded account.
God, I might have him call in. What's his name?
Maybe that's the surprise guest. I know we have a surprise guest at 9 o'clock. We have Chris Kerber at 8:15 on the Stiefel dossier. And then we also welcome you to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which will come your way at 9:45 on the program. Nolan Arenado did speak yesterday with regard to the reasoning for the move from St. Louis and his reflection on all that transpired. You will hear from the former Cardinal third baseman. If you're podcasting and just joining us, you can go back to the beginning of the program for a thorough discussion on the three local college teams making a run this year in Missouri, beating Auburn, Illinois, beating Northwesterns, and Billikens, rah, beating Fordham last night. For the first time since Barn 2013, all three could be en route to the tournament. Colonel writing this morning that it has gone from looking like there was no chance to the expectation that Missouri will be in the NCAA tournament. We'll have new NCAA net rankings this morning as well. Nolan Arenado on his move from the Cardinals coming up. Chris Kerber at 8:15, and a surprise guest at 9 o'clock, along with the $10,000 HVAC system on the line for the January Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. That comes your way at 9:45 on the Stiefel Dossier. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Schnucks is always doing their part to help you save money when you're at the grocery store, and I'm excited to tell you about something new, something fun here in the Schnucks Rewards app. That's the place you already go for extra savings and notifications when things you buy quite often are on, I don't know, a little special. Save some money. But now inside the Rewards app is something called Boost. Here's how it works. Real easy. Open that Savings tab in the Schnucks Rewards app, select Boost, hit Activate on whatever boost you like, and shop as usual. Then you can track your progress towards completing the boost right there in the app. So it's a little bit of fun while you're shopping and saving money. Make sure you meet that goal before the expiration date, and you will earn even more rewards. So it's a bonus on top of what you're already doing. Boost is something new from Schnucks here in 2026. Get it by going into the Rewards app, select it, and save money. That's on top of the rewards that you are earning already. Try Boost today to level up your savings game only in the Schnucks Rewards app.
Hey, this is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues off today, back on the ice tomorrow as they take on the Tampa Bay Lightning. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7, right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, what do you like more, Peter Piper? It's tricky.
Tied for first.
But you will probably put Walk This Way ahead of them both.
Sure. Yeah, that's what I would do.
And then
what you
My
said.
Adidas, Down with the King. Christmas and Hollis has got to be live, too. Jackson's having a big Run DMC Thursday here on the Morning After. The 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store, underway on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Lots of college basketball conversation with Missouri, SLU, and Illinois all winning last night. And Jackson taken to task by many in the audience for saying he's not sure who would win between St. Louis University and Missouri, which led to Jackson getting 10 offers to play for $1,000. One-on-one. I think that you have a new cottage industry. You're just going to go around the country barnstorming and playing people one-on-one.
That's right. Hey, whoever wants it.
Yeah, text in 314-399-9646. Nolan Arenado spoke yesterday regarding the trade that sent him to the Diamondbacks. Papers, what do we have here?
We have him talking about what changed this winter as compared to last winter. Kind of always looking for the new team, looking for a new home, expanding the trade, no trade clause list. Here's Nolan Arenado. This was with the Arizona media yesterday. But this is a question from Derek Gould.
You know, obviously when I opted in St. Louis, I thought this would be a place where I would end my career. But, you know, it's baseball and things change very fast. And the scene where we were headed as the years gone on, the past few years, it was very evident that there's a step that they need to take in letting these young guys go and finding out who they are and who their identity is. And I think I'm just kind of in the way of that in a sense. And I kind of always felt like that last year, in that way. But, you know, I love my time there. I think, you know, the conversations I had with Chaim also was very much, you know, we want to let some of these young guys play, and not that I'm in the way, but, you know, we need to see what we have. And, we already know what we have with you, but at the same time, we need to move on. And it was very respectful, and I was very understanding of it. And that was all there is to it. And like I said, things change fast in this game. And, you know, you just move on. And I'm excited for the new opportunity. It feels like a fresh start. And I just got to go out there and compete.
I'm going to miss him personally. 5 years here, 3 of them all-star caliber, one of them darn near MVP caliber. Clearly on the downside of his career, however. And like I said yesterday, I understand why they have to do this, but I don't like that they're doing this. I don't think they're better off because of it. They're not saving a lot of money because of it. They're just a worse team because of the trade.
There was a tweet that said he came here to play postseason baseball. That's why you get out of Colorado. Mm-hmm. And they said, but in the end, he had more postseason appearances with the Rockies than he did with the Cardinals. Mm-hmm. He was there longer, but only 3 appearances here. So in his Cardinal stay, they went 0-3.
Okay. And now with him gone, we'll get to see what Nolan Gorman's really got. Even though
you don't sound excited about it.
Well,
Doug.
we've seen it for 4 years. What he's got. It's not like this is a 21-year-old kid coming up now. We've seen what he's got.
I bet he shows some power and then strikes out.
Yeah, he'll strike out about a third of the time.
Doug, as you know, Josh Bob Bill shares a building in Tampa with Keisha Gray, and he says you are going to miss a guy that 15% below average at the plate and being $27 million a year to do it. Time for the Olds Island. That's from Josh Bob Bill.
And you're wanting to make room for a guy who the last 2 years has hit 203 and 205 and strikes out about a third of the time he's at the plate?
Josh Bob Bill, the action's back on
That's who you want to see more of? Yes, I will definitely miss Arenado.
I am curious to see how he does. If there is a little bit left there, if he was banged up, nicked up, maybe he's gotten healthy. He talks a lot about changing his approach, whatnot. I would like to see a proud veteran finish well.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise
him.
me. He's not that old. He's, 34 now?
He will be 35 in April.
Yeah, he ought to have another couple good years left.
Doug is the type of guy who likely still pays his credit card bills via written checks. Time for your tapioca bath and TV land marathons. That's from Little Tommy Tribbins. If you want to talk with him, he's on a tricycle in the parking lot.
I just don't know how anyone can be excited about this trade. Like it opens the door up for some great new prospect we've got. It doesn't.
I don't think anybody's
doesn't.
But they're not excited. I just think they're like...
What does it accomplish when you also have to pay him $31 million? What'd you get out of it? You got a fringe pitcher who may not ever make the major leagues, an 8th-round draft pick who had an ERA over 5 in college.
I think the overall theme, and I get it. I mean, I think for the amount of money they're giving them, I thought you'd get a little more in return. I really did. But I think the overall theme with the players leaving, accumulate as much pitching as you can, and maybe a couple of them end up being decent. You have no way of knowing. I agree with that. You save a little bit of money. Overall, you've spent 60 to save 60.
It's clear that's the plan, to stockpile young pitching. I would just like the pitchers that they got to have had maybe a little more upside than what it appears.
Right. No, I agree. When they paid the 31, I thought, well, maybe, because I thought they would up the return a little bit. Because if you're Arizona, $5 million a year for a guy like that, sure, why not? $6 million.
Oh yeah, why
take a shot.
Josh Bob Bill responds, making room for Weatherholt, you dolt. That's from Josh Bob Bill.
Weatherholt's probably going to be the second baseman.
Because if you trade
Donovan's probably going, or Donovan might be the outfielder, or left fielder.
And Weatherholt, by trade, is a shortstop, although many of the top prospects come off their shortstops. Then he played second, and then by the end of the year in Memphis, he was playing more third, so I'm sure Weatherholt could be over there. They probably give Gorman a run, and then if that falls apart, then you go, oh, we're going to call up Weatherholt.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
Yeah. You would hope Weatherholt is here from day one. Well, what would be the purpose of a rebuild if you're not going to get your top players in right from the start?
What do you think on that? What percentage would you put?
I think I asked Chaim Bloom, and I said, is it like imperative that he's with this team? He said, I wouldn't say that. And I said, but he's kind of like on the fast track. He said, I wouldn't say that. So I think they're kind of waiting to see.
Maybe they don't just want to give him that spot.
Make him earn it a little bit. Yeah. Have a great. Knowing what we've known, small sample size, I'll bet you anything he has a great spring. The guy just hits. He's a baller. I just think you have to, if it's a toss-up, well, we could put him in Memphis. If it's even close, you say, we got nothing to sell.
I think if it's not close, you put him in there. You're in
I agree with that.
A total and complete rebuilding mode. Why are you going to waste this guy in the minors? It's not like he's a high school kid they just drafted. He's 19 years old. He's been through college. He's, 22, 23 already? Get him up.
They're certainly not saying it, even off air, about that he'll be on that opening day roster, but I hope that he ends up there. Why not? Let's go.
Well, yeah, who's better than him? How many Cardinal players currently on the roster could go down to AAA and tear it up like Weatherholt is? Probably none.
He went from AA to AAA, and then he got better.
Yeah.
Friend of the show.
It's quite possible, based on his background and the way he's hitting the minors, that he could come and be the best player they have. I don't think that's off the table. So I think it'd be crazy not to put him in there right from the get-go and said, you're going to be our guy. We're going to decide on a position for you, whether that's second or third, and you're going to be out there every day.
They've been trying to trade this guy for 2 years, and this is the best they could get. That should tell you something. That's from the 314.
Well, they could only send him to certain teams for 2 years. He had to agree to it. So it's not like every team in baseball had a shot at him, had a shot to offer him more.
I don't remember if we ever heard the return from Houston, what it would have been a year ago if that deal with the Astros went through, I think. But the biggest piece was the money. Houston, I believe, was going to take on the bulk of his salary. So I think the return last year really wasn't of significance.
Yeah. And the Cardinals gave up very little to get him, too. I don't get it.
Guys, my prediction is the Cardinals will make up a silly excuse to keep Weatherholt in AAA to start the season. That's from the white-collar Hoosier.
I think that's a reasonable guess, but it also is frustrating if that is the way they're viewing it.
You're welcome to give your thoughts by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. The number is 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to call in to our Collier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101, or gather with other TMA listeners. 239 friends are gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's the TMA YouTube channel where Jackson and I will be. What time today, Jackson? For questions from the audience, where you can send questions for the show in. Anything is welcome. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. What time, Papers?
11:20.
11:20.
That
on
work?
the TMA YouTube channel. Chris Kerber is going to join us coming up on the other side of our commercial break. Usually with us on Monday. He was under the weather, and because he was under the weather, Alex Ferrario of BK and Ferrario got a chance to call both the second and third periods of the win over the Hurricanes. We'll talk it over with Chris Kerber regarding what was an incredible night Monday at the Missouri Athletic Club for the Blues Hall of Fame. That is coming up. A surprise guest at 9 o'clock. Doug, do you have a feeling who it is now after the hints?
I have no feeling at all. I couldn't get an initial, not a first initial, last, a middle initial, nothing. I don't have any idea.
What if it's Gareth? Just to finally introduce
Jackson
him to
did say it's topical.
Somebody asked for the text name. They're changing names that was last week. Too late. Glenn Gareth.
That's pretty good.
Look that on. So you can participate in that guessing game as to who the surprise guest is at 9 o'clock, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, which comes your way at 9:45. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
You know, when you travel throughout the winter months as much as I do, or you're kind of gone on evenings as much as I do, having a job that requires you to call hockey games at night, one of the things that gives you peace of mind when it comes to your family is knowing that that furnace is working throughout the winter. Knowing that when you're out of town, it's taken care of, and that's why I rely on Classic Air Care. They come by, they maintain it in the spring, they maintain it again before the winter. That way I know at least the components and everything are running the way it should be. And then if anything goes wrong, I know that they'll get to the house quickly. Why? Well, they've got over 100 vans. Classic Air Care can get to you typically within 24 hours. They've got an amazing crew that's got earned a 4.8 Google rating because the customers are so happy with the quality of service. That's what you want to rely on. You can trust them. You know they're going to be there. You know the work is going to be done, and you know that they guarantee you customer satisfaction. It's really that simple. So if something's going wrong with your furnace, if you're sitting there going, man, this thing just doesn't feel like I'm cranking the heat, but it just doesn't feel like it's getting the job done, get Classic Air Care out to check on that unit and make sure that it's running properly, make sure that your house is safe, and make sure that your house is comfortable. Again, that's as simple and as clean as it gets. It's Classic Air Care. They've got a 4.8 Google rating for a reason. Check out all the great reviews on their website at classicaircare.com. You can book an appointment online as well. And don't forget, the number one thing that you can do to maintain that unit on your own is make sure that you're changing that air filter regularly. That's the number one thing you can do for your own at home with Classic Air Care. Classic Air Care, they've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Usually it is Mondays when Chris Kerber joins the show during the Blues season to talk about the weekend that was, but because of feeling under the weather, Kerbs is joining us on Thursday here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs. How you feeling, man? How's the voice?
Yeah, you know what, Tim? We're doing better. Thank you very much. Giving it a rest for a couple of days did the job, which is a good thing.
And
I guess, of course, we'll find out for sure tomorrow night. But it's been a good start.
And you were able to handle what wound up being an incredible ceremony on Monday. I mean, that was really something else in so many different avenues because it does span generations when you're talking about the players who went in. I would imagine a lot of Blues fans have at the very least heard clips, if not seen some of it or watched the whole thing. As far as some of the observations you got a chance to see that maybe people weren't able to hear or see with the broadcast, what stood out to you from that night at the Blues Hall of Fame?
Well, man, I'll tell you what, it's actually a pretty good list of what stands out there, Tim, but yeah, I think the first thing is the first three that we did, the storytelling was immense. And, each year of this, as you would expect when you start a Hall of Fame, is you're going to have so many different eras and generations of the Blues teams represented. But again, it hit me on Monday as much as any of them, where when Red Berenson and Gary Younger are sitting up there, and Red Berenson at 86 years of age, is sharing stories with detail about Al Arbor as if it happened just yesterday. And the names that he's pulling through. And, I mean, Gary Younger pulled out a certain play, and he's talking about a puck was here on the wall, and you're going, my goodness, it was just amazing. But the part of that is that you're sitting there, and I call it living history in this sense. It's because you're talking to people that were there, and you realize, wow, we're listening to guys that were there in the first few years of the St. Louis Blues talk about players and what that team was. So it's a firsthand account of it, and eventually, obviously, that passes. So I think that's the first thing that really jumped out at me, early on. The ceremonies obviously moved on to the True Blue Award and Chaser. And look, we had over 50. We had 56 total, either current or former Blues that were in the building, for that game. Guys like Pat Jablonski was back in town for it, right? And to hear Brett Hull's emotion just dripping through the microphone. I, of course, had the seat right there in the middle of the stage right next to Chaser. And, to see Chaser sometimes with his head down because the emotion was so strong. But I could see underneath the brim of that cap of his, and I could see his face and stuff like that. That, to me, was the powerful one. The first few really were very heavy, here's our history and a lot of storytelling. This one, the storytelling was still there to a degree. But, I mean, even with Steve Ott talking about Barrett Jackman and Alexander Steen, the emotion just took over that whole night. And that's what took that one off the charts for me, was just the emotion on Monday night.
Well, when I see guys like Red Berenson and Gary Younger and Glenn Hall, equipment was right there. He had passed away a few nights earlier. Those are really the guys who made Blues hockey in this town. I mean, when they got here, nobody knew hockey from the hole in the wall in St. Louis. Nobody even knew the rules. A lot of people didn't anyway. And those guys really built something that now, 60-some-odd years later, is such a significant part of the community. I think we can't give those guys enough respect for what they built.
Man, I agree with you, Doug. And you saw this, too, because, Doug being there and sitting right off stage near where Glenn Hall's equipment were, to watch the people come over to look at his equipment. At the end of the night, Jordan Bennington came over and put the glove on and was looking at the equipment, and it was really something else. But the way the fans are still reacting to these guys, to Red Berenson, and there's clearly some of the people coming up to Red and asking for his picture, asking for his autograph, were people that didn't have it, weren't alive to watch him play. In some cases, and that part is really cool. And what it shows me is that over the years, Blues fans have continued to pass down who these guys were, and more importantly, it shows that the franchises have been able to continue to honor these guys. To see Patty Solomon there, and at the end of the night, even she was kind of overcome with emotion, and she looked at me and said, it's so special that the Blues have pulled us back in and made us part of this and made us feel a part of this. She says, I just think back to everything, with my family. And I mean, there's just such great pride in that. And I'm telling you, I mean, I remember sitting in the meeting a good number of years ago, and it was, Chris Zimmerman had asked, have we done anything with the Solomon family? And I'm going, man, I don't remember much being done with them since we were here. So Tom Stillman in this ownership group has really done a job of kind of bringing back some of that family-connected approach that the Solomons had that you hear about when they first ran the team. And you just feel it in that. So, listen, Mike Caruso, his group, Trevor Nickerson, his group, Randy Gersh, those are the three departments with the Blues that have really spearheaded this the Hall of Fame, and it's been fantastic. But the one thing, guys, and maybe you guys have all been around long enough, so you can either confirm, deny, debate, whatever you want with me on this one. But there is something. There's just a personal closeness with this franchise and its fans that seems to have been there from day one, that continues to exist, where everybody you come up to seems to share some story of personal connection with a player or two, whether they've been living next to them, ran into somebody at a store, whatever it may be. And then it all comes through on Hall of Fame night. It's pretty cool.
I'm just glad they won the game because a lot of times the next night, when they have ceremonies or pomp and circumstance, for whatever reason, those have been letdown games for the Blues. Yet beating Carolina 3-0, minus Thomas, minus Broberg. But then in the postgame, all of them were talking about, hey, we didn't want to let down the alumni after what happened at the Hall of Fame. It did seem, maybe that sounds hokey, but it did seem like it kind of gave the team a lift.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think it's hokey. And I think the most famous example, at least in my time, Martin, that I could think of is, remember after retiring Brett Hull's number, as the Blues were about to play Detroit, I think we got blanked 5 or 6-0 that night, on the night of number 16 going to the rafters. So, no, you're absolutely right on that. Now, the thing is, when I tell you that, there were 56 current or former players, there were 14 or 15 current Blues players there. And I was looking at the table and went around, said hello to the guys, obviously, and you're seeing the looks. You're seeing Jimmy Snuggerud and Dalibor Dvorsky and Logan Mayhew and Otto Stenberg. And I was talking to Otto the next morning, in the locker room before the game. I said, "What'd you think?" He said, "I knew Alexander Steen. He's the only former Blue that I knew. I had heard of some of the other names, but to see them and actually listen to them." Really, he goes, I really liked that. And then he says, it makes you want to be a part of that, is essentially what he said. And I'm telling you guys, walked out of there going, okay, that's a good young guy that's got the right perspective. When I see a Jake Neighbors that has embraced the Blues tradition, the Blues history, the way he has kind of from the start, just like Alexander Steen did, just like Barrett Jackman has done. In talking to the young guys in the locker room after that, you could see that they felt the connection to that. There was something very real there, that it's not hokey. And some fans may go, "Oh, that's a bunch of, baloney. They should do this anyway. They should." Well, sometimes when you're young and you're going through something, you've got to experience something. And I think that was their first real experience for most of those younger guys of what the impact of being a Blue could be. And I think it was a great thing.
Yeah, you said 15 were there. It's a shame they weren't all there, because the guys that missed it, they really did miss a part of the history that they're now part of themselves.
Yeah, that is true. But now, at the same time, what I also understand is that, life does happen and life is going on. And we had just come back from a long road trip. Some of them have some young kids. There's a couple guys with some injuries and some other things that crept in. So, but I think that the fact that this year there were as many as there were, which may be the most that we've had at the 4 of these, I think that's a great sign where, again, the culture is where it needs to be. Listen, when you talk Braden Shen and you talk, okay, the leadership that he showed in going after Stone after they hit on Broberg, things like that, right? Okay, well, Braden Shen just a couple weeks earlier had a baby girl. She's at home. He's home for a couple days, yet we still had games. Then he turns around. We go on the road for another, 5 or 6 days, fly home on Sunday, have that event on Monday, and then the game on Tuesday. And he's like, no, he's there because he understands what the alumni means and all that other stuff. But, guys, even the emotion for some of the others, to turn around and, when Holly is talking and Chase is talking about Twister, and you look over and you see the emotion on Twister's face there, it was something else. I thought Cam Jansen's, if you haven't seen Cam Jansen's, small little speech to Barrett Jackman, Joe was supposed to go over there and just ask him a question or two, and Cam just took the microphone, riffed for about 65 seconds, and was about as perfect. I mean, literally, here's the thing. I know he didn't write that out, but my goodness, was that as perfect of an honoring speech as you could have given. So there was a lot of fun to be had, too.
Yeah, he should be a broadcaster or something.
Cam.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't write it out.
Trying to get in the business.
But he's illiterate, so he didn't write it out.
Right.
That's why. No, I'm just saying.
Now we got radio wars.
Oh.
Now we got radio. So now we're at war with Cam and the Cat. We're at war with the Fast Lane, and now we're at war with the Riz Show. Doug, that's too many radio wars for one show.
Can handle it.
God bless America.
Listen, the fact that he perfectly rattled off his former teammates, she's a Stanley Cup winner and he's a Stanley Cup winner. He goes, me, I'm still a mess. So 5 out of 6 isn't bad. I thought it was just, it was just perfect. And listen, and when that guy's the thing is, and if you haven't, I think the Blues they put out that Life is a Blues series that they started on their YouTube channel and all their socials, and they just put one out with Cam Jansen. And I've had different broadcasters around the league call me up, ask for Mike's phone number, because that Life is a Blues series has been so good. Other teams want to figure out how they did it and what goes into it, and because I think they want to start doing some of it themselves. When you listen to Cam Jansen talk about these guys, Cam Jansen really is the first real St. Louisan to play in the NHL. I mean, Pat LaFontaine, yes, was born in St. Louis, but he left, I believe, after he was 1, right? But for the first one to really grow up in St. Louis and do that and play in the NHL, in a lot of ways, he was a trailblazer. And so it was neat to see him involved with that night, too.
Yeah, and I mean, he's so genuine, as so many people in the hockey community really are, that just comes straight from the heart, and that's why it was so perfect. Kerbs, it was really a wonderful night, and I was watching a lot of it live on YouTube. Recommend it for people to go back and watch it as well. Credit to the Blues and everybody involved with it, as it was a hell of a spectacle and a tribute to not just the organization, but all of the individuals and their families who participated. Chris Kerber with us, usually on Mondays, feeling under the weather earlier this week, back here on Thursday, and he'll be back again with us on Monday after the upcoming Blues weekend that starts tomorrow night here on 101 ESPN against the Lightning. Kerbs, appreciate the time. Glad you're feeling better, man. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. Thanks for adjusting this week, and we'll talk to you all next Monday.
Sounds good.
All right,
Chris Kerber with us here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. On your Stiefel dossier, we will be joined by a surprise guest at 9 o'clock. Doug, I feel like you know who it is.
I have no clue who it is.
Okay.
Can I get an industry they work in?
Sports.
Oh,
All right, so I'll cross Eloise off, although she is a Packers fan.
Okay.
Could be Lil Wayne.
Oh, yeah.
Want an event a little bit, kind of going like full Levitard show, just ranting.
Nice. Like that.
But you got to call him Wheezy, Doug.
Okay. Can we get a particular sport, or is this?
It involves a ball.
Oh, no. It's not a hockey player.
it's not a hockey player.
Hockey. That helped
See,
a
it
little.
helped.
Yeah.
That narrowed it down. How big is this ball?
Flip that off. 9 o'clock, Douglas, is when you'll be joined
All right.
by a guest.
Okay.
Ricky Prohl?
That'd be a good one.
That would be good. I'm going to write that down.
Yeah, write that down.
Who was the other one I was trying to get? That's right. Porta potty guy.
Porta potty guy.
We tried Lily Tomlin, but she's passed, I think.
She is?
I don't think so. I think you just killed her off like I did Namath
jeez.
yesterday.
She's still
In the
around.
8 o'clock hour, that's a new segment here where we
God, I
end
get
people.
so confused. So Mike Tomlin quit the Steelers. Lily Tomlin is still alive.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Apologies.
So there's a chance we could get her.
Okay, so I can't rule out.
So
What if it was? What if
so
I
maybe
said?
it is Lily Tomlin and Martin's doing this whole meta game. That's
I think
fifth
it's
level,
her.
man.
I
He's
think
Phil
that's-
Ivey.
And then I
That's who it
say
is.
LT, and you go, LaDainian Tomlinson?
Lawrence Taylor?
Lawrence Taylor, Lily Tomlin. Your favorite? What's your Mount Rushmore of LT? Larry Tate?
Oh, sure.
Bewitched? Sure.
Bewitched. He was Darren's boss? Was that Larry
right.
Tate?
That was Paul Lynn.
Or just his friend? It was his boss. Paul, you're animals, both of you. You know that, don't you?
And Family Guy has a lot of voices that sound like Paul Lynn. Yeah. A lot of Paul
Harry
Lynn.
Hogg is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube
Sure.
chat, and he is guest. That the surprise guest is Darnell Coles. That is his guest. So
Coles.
Darnell Coles,
Former Cardinal,
is on the record as a guest in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You can guess in there, or you can guess by texting in 314-399-9646. That is coming your way at 9 o'clock. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way at 9:45. This program is called The Morning After, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
It's always a great day to head to the Village Bar, but boy, today, cold outside. Just warm up, get in there, grab a little lunch, go later in the day, happy hour this weekend, watch all the games, meet your friends. Friday night Blues game, sports always on, best cheeseburgers in town, reasonably priced. It's hard to find that out in West County, but this is a great deal. Great food. On top of all of that, it's the home to 1879 Distilling. The barn out back is where they are making these premium batch spirits that are winning awards throughout the region, talking about 1879 rye, 1879 bourbon, all the different Red Barn vodkas, multiple flavors available. Check it out for yourself on Saturdays, noon to 5. The tasting room is open for you to sample the product. How cool is that? So if you're headed up to the Village Bar this weekend, stop by Saturday between noon and 5. Tasting room is connected to the Village Bar. It's right there on the east side of the building. It's a beautiful spot, little speakeasy, great bar, cozy little spot, kind of like a little gift shop as well. Check it out this weekend, noon to 5. Find out more about these award-winning spirits. 1879distilling.com is the website. It's in the barn out back. Stop by Village Bar and sample the products this weekend.
Is this Run DMC, Doug?
I don't know who it is.
Well, we're talking about Wheezy. Might be a surprise guest.
You think Lil Wayne is the surprise guest,
It
Doug?
sounds like the record stuck.
What if the initial Doug said, what's his name? I just said W.
Well, it'd be WFB. Wheezy F, baby.
Oh.
And the F is for finisher.
Oh. And he likes the Packers?
If you had a subwoofer in your car and you played this song, it would blow your car up. Oh my God, the bass on this alone you would lose all your speakers.
And you put it in the trunk, and you usually have like a small 4-door Subaru, but you put it in the trunk.
That's right, old
and
money.
Just blast at the stop sign.
Roll down your window so everyone has to listen to the hideous music you're listening to.
Anyone within a half-mile radius would be hearing it.
Speaking of Wheezy's Packers-Bears, most watched streamed game in NFL history.
Yeah,
Doug,
I saw that.
Doug, how many viewers do you think were watching that Amazon Prime Packers-Bears Saturday night with Al Michaels?
I'll say 30 million.
31.6.
Nicely done.
I thought it was 41.
No, that was the 49ers Eagles on Fox.
Gotcha.
41 million. And then the Rams Carolina, just a paltry 28 million tuned in for that little tilt. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. It's getting close to 10% of the population.
Just everybody locks
30 million on streaming, and that was only available on Prime.
Yeah.
That's
and it
crazy.
broke the record, which Netflix set on Christmas Day, of 27.5 million for that Lions-Vikings game. It's unbelievable. God. It's almost as if the NFL is a good property to have.
Perfect TV viewing. Absolutely perfect. Here's a play. Now take a rest. Go get something to eat. Here's another play. Okay. Take a drink of your soda. Here's another one. Okay. Time out. Go to the bathroom. Okay. But perfect time. 3 hours. Games seem to be, when it's good teams, usually close. It's a perfect TV product.
Jackson, you get an 11 out of 10 for the return music today. It's from
Thank you.
Steven Time.
Thank you,
Of
Steven
the Brothers Time. And then amazingly, right above Steven Time is his brother Ed, and says that Doug doesn't know that real G's move in silence like lasagna.
Yeah, they caught me unawares on that one.
The MILF Hunter says the hardest hitting song is Starboy by The Weeknd.
Yeah.
My subs go crazy to that song. Doug, how do your subs feel during Starboy?
I don't play that nonsense.
It's a Daft Punk production, so heavy bass.
They pretty much all sound the same.
No.
Yes, they do.
Well, then why'd you ask?
It was a rhetorical question.
All right, I need
Rhetorical.
an AI-generated meme. It's going to be Doug Vaughn in a rocking chair, drinking Country Time lemonade, wearing an Arenado jersey, listening to the Mills Brothers.
Where's my shoes?
My slippers, more likely.
Guys, Tim is also a perfect TV product. That's from Al Formicola's Burner.
Stop this.
Hey, guys, nobody is excited to get David Vobora on the show as a surprise guest. That's from Big Tough. David Vobora was Mr. Irrelevant?
I think so. Last guy picked in the draft.
He's actually a great talker. He's doing a lot of great work with wounded veterans down in Dallas. I like that David Vobora.
So he could be the surprise guest coming up
Not a bad
in
idea.
16 minutes on the Stiefel dossier. Anybody who installs subwoofers needs to be straitjacketed. That's from Choke Artists 1.6.
I might agree with that.
I didn't have subwoofers. I famously, my 97 Pathfinder, the speakers didn't really work. So to listen to TMA on the way to high school, I would take a plastic cup and I would put my phone in the cup to help amplify the noise while I streamed it from my phone.
Wow. For heaven's sakes.
A little bit of science.
And then
The subwoofers are just a giant look at me thing, right? Nobody
it's
really likes to hear.
unnecessary.
It likes to hear that.
It's
It's just look at me
unnecessary.
how tough and cool I am. That's what that's all
Do you
about.
enjoy that at a stoplight or a stop sign, Doug, when the car next to you is blasting it so loud you have to listen to their
No, I
music?
don't care for it. It just says, look how tough and cool I really am.
Jackson, is that why you had that cup?
No, far from it, because at the time, this was 920, even if you were on the best of radios and went by maybe like a power line, sometimes it would get
He's taking a shot at our brand,
You really
Doug.
are.
touch and go with my speaker system.
We had 450 red hot watts.
Red hot watts. When I would drive by a power line,
That's what it was, Martin.
Was it really?
450, yes.
when I would drive by a power line in my car, which already had bad speakers, it sounded like some sort of torture device to hear that. So it was best to just use it on my phone, but I still wanted to listen. And then I would just pop my headphones in while
Don't
walking
bring
to
up
school.
the Skip Irwin show. Was Skip still on 920 when you guys were
He
there?
was not.
Okay.
He was not.
And did the owner live down the hall in an apartment down the hall from the studio? That was an old 920 thing. Was that,
On
Chuck
Delmar,
Norman?
that one on that old station on Delmar.
The gentleman we worked for, a great guy, Bert Kaufman, who passed away a couple of years ago, he bought it from Chuck Norman, though.
And Chuck Norman always had a big Christmas party. Remember there were billboards everywhere.
Yeah.
I went one year with Skip Irwin to the Chuck Norman.
Was it a pony?
I think Cousin John and I went and we met up with Skip Irwin. It was at that Stouffer's Hotel, whatever that is now, that's being torn down. Just a big ballroom,
Millennium.
people standing around.
The Stouffer's Hotel?
That's what it was originally.
The Regal
Like the
Riverfront.
Salisbury steak?
Yeah, those people.
Stuffing?
Nice.
Apparently they were in the hotel.
They had a hotel?
Yeah, they diversified. They couldn't just sell stuffing all day.
No, well, I figured you get so fat off of, like, get so rich off of instant meals that you open up a hotel.
Hey, Pop, we're doing real well with the stuffing. What do you say we buy some hotels?
Yeah, it's like Yamaha selling like ATVs and then also trombones. Odd.
That was a real happening place in downtown St. Louis for a lot of years.
Yeah.
With the restaurant on top that revolved.
Circular
Was it a Stouffer's brand restaurant?
Yeah, I think so.
don't-
Fresh
I don't
Salisbury
know.
steak?
They didn't sell Salisbury steak.
Stouffer's, didn't they not?
Not this place didn't.
Okay.
This was for St. Louis. This was an upper crust hotel.
You ever order that Salisbury steak?
No.
Isn't it just a hamburger with gravy?
I don't
Are
know
you
what
obsessed with
mystery
the,
meat.
What's up?
The meals we're talking about here? What do you call that? The microwave meals?
Yeah, that's what
TV
they did.
dinners.
TV dinners. Isn't
That's
that what they
you're-
made?
Is that
I
a ZZ
guess.
Top song, Doug? TV dinners? Wasn't there a ZZ Top song?
I just don't.
I always thought if you were a waiter up there and like the thing turned around the whole time, you would lose track of your tables.
Is it a rotating restaurant?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Were
Right
you
at the
new
top.
here?
Would you feel it? I feel like you'd vomit.
It was very slow.
It went so
Okay.
slow you
Got
didn't
it.
really
Okay.
notice. Very cool, really. Now it's all coming down.
Good. That thing needs to come down. Let's clean it up.
They said because it was round, it was very hard to renovate.
I'm sure.
Tell me you only buy base model cars without telling me you buy base model cars. Most higher end vehicles come with subwoofers, and your speakers won't blow out with them because the sub takes the load. That's the point. That's from Sharon and Clayton, and I already see what's coming in the Air Comfort Service
Okay.
text inbox over the next 2 minutes.
Not going to play well. No, I knew someone who had an external subwoofer installed, and it took up.
Was that a St. Louis Country Club guy?
Yeah, might as well have been.
Speakers won't blow out because the sub takes the load.
Cut off.
80% of this trunk was taken up by subwoofer. I was like, can I put my golf clothes back there? He's like, probably not.
And what's the point?
It's a
You
fair
can't possibly crank it up. If you were going to make sound for an entire outdoor theater or something, maybe. But in a car,
Yeah, it doesn't seem
you would
necessary.
literally lose your hearing if you cranked it up as high as it could go, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Could you give us some good bass right now? What was the song you referenced?
A Millie? A Millie is the name of the track.
I'd like to hear a little.
You want to hear
heavy
more of
bass.
it?
Yeah, a
Oh,
little heavy
I can play
bass.
some more heavy bass for return music. No problem.
Yep, the text inbox is doing just what I thought the text inbox would do. When we're on satellite radio, I'll be able to read these texts. 314-399-9646. Sharon's text is being referenced by many texters. And right when I read it, I knew exactly what said texters would talk about. And they are absolutely delivering. You can reference that also in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 9:45 on the Stiefel dossier at 9 o'clock. A surprise guest. My action's on Ricky Prohl. Doug, your action is on David Vobora?
Yeah.
Or
DV.
Wheezy.
Or Wheezy. We will find out here in approximately 10 minutes. Find out if you can get your teeth in better shape by seeing Dr. Brandon Pryor. When you look in the mirror, smile. What do you see? Jagged yellow teeth? Grinding your teeth from stress? Coffee habit? Did it catch up to you? It's not just about vanity and looks. It's about looking and feeling your best with a healthy smile. And that's why Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental is my guy. Guys saved the day for me right before Christmas by getting in to see an endodontist for a root canal. It is full service right on Manchester in Baldwin. They do more than your typical dentist. They don't just clean teeth. 100 West Dental rebuilds smiles and confidence. If you have worn teeth, chipped edges, gaps, Dr. Pryor handles the heavy lifting, veneers, bonding, full mouth rehabs, and here it is right now. They are offering complimentary consultations. If you are tired of the jagged look, go to 100westdental.com and book an in-person consult online or submit a virtual consultation request right from your phone. That's how easy it is. How about that? A virtual consultation over your phone. Stop smiling with your mouth closed in photos. Go see Dr. Pryor, and you can get a virtual consultation at 100westdental.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It is a program that welcomes you to participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube channel. And Doug, how do you pronounce this? Is it Severo Baraka?
I don't know.
He says people with loud cars are the worst type of people, up there with St. Louis-based Chiefs fans. He's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and that's Severo Baraka.
I don't know who that is. How can you blame people just because they like a football team and equate them with people who want to blast your ears with their music because it makes them look tough and cool?
Doug rolls down the window. Turn it down, fella.
And get off my lawn.
Severo Baraka, you can call in 314-974-0101 on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Walrus King says Jackson is always the sub.
Oh, good one.
It's delightful, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's nice.
St. Louis Chiefs fans are trash. That's from Choke Artist 1.6, and that had multiple exclamation points, Doug.
What are they doing that's bothering you?
Choke Artist 1.6, you can call in after Severo Baraka.
They sit and watch the games at home and root for a football team, and that bothers you?
In a vacuum, there's no bother. But I think there is something there.
What? What's there?
I don't know.
Why would you care who anyone else roots for?
I don't. I really don't. But I think those that didn't give a damn about the St. Louis Rams and then just hopped on the Chiefs bandwagon, I don't know. Some a little off about that to me. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. It's one certainly of jealousy, probably, that they're able to let go of something so easily and then just grab onto something.
It's over and it's not coming back. And if you like football, it's more enjoyable if you have a team to follow.
Yeah, but I can bitch and moan until I'm buried in the ground.
Know that?
Well, I guess you probably will.
Paper's little text audit. You were invited to a Monday night pickup basketball game, 8:15 Mondays at St. Catherine La Brea.
Oh, that's where Doug was the Wizard of Crestwood, St. Kitty's.
I played there a time or two a few years ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
You go ball at them all?
Love to.
Mondays, 8:15, St. Catherine La Brea. That was an earlier text.
Nice.
And then out of the gate, when somebody was mad at Papers, they said, "What a woke lib who hates lesbians." And I thought, I want to kind of workshop.
Is that right?
Because it seems
you want to workshop that?
It seems that those would be working against each other, like a woke lib.
You did kill your threesome.
Who hates lesbians?
I didn't. No, I didn't even have the opportunity.
I thought you coughed to get her out of the room.
That was an either-or play.
Doug, that was an either
join or either leave. Either way, I was going to be happy.
So Jackson cleared his throat.
Right. It was but an inviting clearing of the throat.
Yeah, what's an invite? Can you give me?
I just spat up a little.
My word.
Martin just saw the spittle.
Wash the fluid.
Oh.
Hey, listen, that's
I'm going to give you the Monty.
Splash zone. It's kind of like a, like there's a little at the end.
He just invited you to have a threesome with that cough.
That's what you were doing just then?
At the moment. The moment in question.
Can I hear what can you get the hell out of here cough would sound like?
I follow it.
Okay.
I follow it.
Yeah. All right.
It's a Daniel Day-Lewis over here.
Yeah. Well, I'm really like a noise machine.
Okay.
Yeah, Monty. Why does his hand look small in that picture? It looks like it was edited. That's a small hand.
Timmy hates lesbians because he's anti-hunting wives. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup. I see now.
I'm anti-hunting wives because it's drivel. I'm not anti-hunting wives because it's lesbianism.
What is more of drivel, Landman or Landman Season 2 or Hunting Wives?
Hunting wives.
Wow.
Hunting wives.
That's saying.
Well, Hunting Wives doesn't have Billy Bob or
a horny Sam Elliott.
A horny Sam Elliott. No, it doesn't have any of that. Those are Andy Garcia, Demi Moore. These are award winners here.
Guys, on second thought, there is a 0% chance that threesome story is real. That's from Steven Time of the Brothers Time.
The story is real. The chance of having a threesome was low. It was very low.
But the girl was just hanging out in the room while you were making out?
Well, I was with my girlfriend in the bed. And she was, hanging out there. It's college. People just hang out.
And what was she doing? Playing Hey Diddle Diddle?
No, just like on her phone. I was like, all right. Blank or get off the pot here. What are we doing?
What if she did blank? It's really getting weird.
Shame.
I honestly would have respected it. I've been like, wow. Mark your territory. But
you'd respect it.
In a way. That'd been gross. Should have cleaned it up. But,
you think?
But what
would you have said then? What would the proper
covered my face and ran for the hills.
Papers, we need to take a break. Now it's starting to sound like the Amish show.
What's that? That wasn't even English.
Beggars for caucus. What are they saying?
It's like talking out of the back of his throat.
Tim, I'm begging you, call and push in all your chips on this story. That's from Steven Time. I believe the story.
Yeah, it's not like one.
I have to say, Steven Time, I'm a huge fan of your work, but I believe the story.
Huge fan of your work.
Refresh us again how the story came about.
The story was I was in college, in bed with my then girlfriend.
At the Triadelt house.
No, the Alpha Epsilon Pi house. In my bed with my then girlfriend. Her friend was just kind of chilling in there.
What was she doing in there?
We've been hanging out. We've been hanging out previously. It was nothing like crazy, but it was time to go to bed. And
you made your move, huh?
She was just hanging out in the room, and it was like, okay, like she's gonna have to leave. Or, I make a throat cough, and she's like, knock, knock, may I join you? And so either or, I was going to be happy because I was going to get what I wanted.
You were you.
So I did that, and she took it as time to go, which I was still happy with.
Okay.
But deep down, you wanted her to join you after she heard you clear your throat.
I was happy either way, truly. But this isn't like a what a wonderful conquest, you stud. Like this is just like a.
Did she seem disappointed that she was asked to leave while you cleared your
No,
throat?
she picked up on the vibe. She just wasn't locked in. She was on her phone. God knows doing what. I don't know.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, she dipped.
Well, if she was on her phone, she probably wasn't much interested.
Probably, clearly.
They're
Which is fine.
Yeah.
Laying in his bed with his girlfriend? Lies. Where was Mark? That's from Stan the Caddy. Mark, your buddy who lives in Columbia?
Yeah, he was at the time in Kirksville, it's Truman State.
It's amazing.
And you were longing for him?
No. No, I wasn't longing for anybody, really.
All right.
I seldom long.
Martin, we've got the surprise guest.
I seldom long.
My only fear is that they're tuning in.
I hope they are. And they have thoughts.
The surprise guest will give thoughts on Jackson's threesome clearing of his throat. You can email in with your thoughts, and maybe you can win a $10,000 HVAC system. That'll come your way at 9:45 on the Stiefel Dossier. Surprise guest next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The St. Louis Billikens pick up yet another win over Fordham, 78-56. The Billikens advanced to 16-1 on the campaign. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Now, what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
Tim, it's been a minute. Doug, it's been a minute. And what I like to do is get somebody on the show that you guys will enjoy talking to. We just like throw you guys for a little bit of a loop, maybe. But what I like to do, if the caller, just maybe even an opening statement, that's sometimes nice. A caller, feel free to take the floor.
Well, I actually am a little bit annoyed because all week, all I've heard is Miami this and Hurricanes that.
Ooh.
So maybe I should be calling Tom Ackerman instead.
Oh, wow. Tim's close, I can see.
Trent Green?
Yes! Yes! Getting you ready. We have Joe Buck on, but with all apologies to Joe, he didn't exactly suit up for the Hoosiers and play football.
He didn't play in the Copper Bowl.
No. Right. Yeah.
That's right. Well, thanks for the cue cards, Martin, on how to come into the show. So I appreciate that.
Well, we had your sidekick Kevin Harlan on this show, and he was live from Door County. And John Hamm just called and said, "This is John in New York," and it kind of gave it away quickly. But hey, we've been talking so much Indiana football on this show because I think I talked to you a year ago on the podcast, and we said this just seems surreal that Indiana football is the talk of the country. What's it been like for you?
It's been I don't even know, can't even put it into words. I was at the Peach Bowl last week, and from the first play of the game on, it was just one of those. I was sitting around with a bunch of former players, and we were just talking about the last couple of years and what it's really meant to us and what it's meant to the program and what it's shaking up the college football world and what Signetti's been doing, what Kurt's been doing. It's unbelievable. And the fact that this week they're talking, not only is Indiana the national championship, but they're saying if Indiana wins, they could go down as one of the best teams in the history of college football. Now there's accusations that maybe they're somehow getting the plays, and I'm like, okay, so now we're getting accused of cheating, we're getting accused of national champion, we're getting accused of being undefeated and being the best team. It's like, you've arrived when all these different things are coming in, and as a former player, we just love it. It's really cool to see what they've been able to do.
It really is the typical character arc, applying it to a team and not an individual, for what becomes a powerhouse. Initially, everybody's like, oh, look at the upstart. You could maybe draw a parallel to the New England Patriots going up against the Rams in 2001, as a matter of fact. Look at the upstart, and then as they establish dominance, then there has to be some kind of reason for it, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense. And then, if you're Indiana Hoosiers, stick around for a while, you will go from being beloved to hated. And I guess if you're a fan of the team, that's what you want, because that means you're having success.
Well, you guys know I live in Kansas City, and I've had a front row seat to what Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes have done here over the last 8 seasons. And yeah, it's very much that, where everybody's pulling for you, and then if you have continued success, then all of a sudden everybody gets tired of you and is ready to move on. So it's a good problem to have. If you're Indiana football and if you're Kurt Signetti. And the thing I like to point out, that I want to point out and I continue to point out is, when Signetti came over last year, his Google Me press conference is what kind of took the attention of everybody. And it has and it will, and his one-liners and all that will continue to. But if they continue to win and have the success, then all of a sudden that becomes, then that becomes old. And so what I've been impressed is, coming in last year, nobody knew who he was. They didn't give him a huge budget. Everybody talks about, well, it's NIL. You still have to get the right guys. He brought in a bunch of guys from James Madison a year ago and brought in a bunch of guys that were kind of tweeners, that were trying to prove something, had something to prove, and they made it all the way to the college football playoff. Now, this year, yes, they were given more money. Yes, Mark Cuban's been very open about the fact that he donated money and they spent more money on, but it's nowhere near what the rest of the Big Ten or some of the Big Ten has done. Now, next year it probably will be because they continue to have success, but it's really cool to see the guys that he's brought in, how they bought into the system, and you've still got to have the right guys in the locker room, to piece it all together and have success.
Trent Green, our surprise guest here on the Morning After 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Get into the weeds, if you would. I mean, I want you to talk ball, like a real ball knower here. When you look at this team play, why are they having the success that they're having, both on the offensive side of the ball and their ability to shut down run games, which obviously will be critical on Monday night at Hard Rock Stadium?
I think the first thing that jumps out is they're incredibly well coached in all three phases of the game. They don't make a lot of mistakes. They don't have a lot of penalties. Their turnover ratio is incredible. So they play smart football. They play disciplined football. It's something that they don't have a lot of missed tackles. All the things that coaches talk about breaking down that cost you games. They don't do those, at least up until this point. We got to get through one more. But they've been very smart with what they do in all three phases. The other thing is just the talent. They've got an incredible offensive line. Obviously, that offensive line was the MVP of the Rose Bowl game because of what they're able to do to Oregon up front. And you look at what the game has, you got the Heisman Trophy winner in Fernando Mendoza, and the numbers that he's put up have been phenomenal. But really, I go to what I look at are the last three games. You look at the Big Ten championship against Ohio State, and then the last two playoff games. What they've been able to do, not only dominating both lines of scrimmage, they're running the ball incredibly well. I think Mendoza's only thrown. He really hasn't thrown the ball a lot. When they start committing guys to the box to stop the run, the combination of Hemby and Black, the two running backs, that's been a deadly combination. Then all of a sudden, that forces the defense to go to man coverage, to go to one-on-ones, and Indiana's got three solid receivers that take your pick from a one-on-one standpoint. You just pick the best matchup, and that's where he goes. So, and then defensively, I can't believe they held Ohio State to 10 points. And held them to no points in the second half. I can't believe they held Alabama to 3, and then Oregon got a late score, to get 22. But yeah, I'm right now. There's not a lot of flaws, and they play really smart football. So of course they've got to go out and do it all again. It doesn't just happen, but yeah, that's what I'm excited about. Is it doesn't matter every game we've seen different phases come up and step up and make the play they need to get this thing done.
Now, most colleges, football is dominant, but at Indiana, we know the basketball history. You get there in '89, Bobby Knight's still there, but you, with Anthony Thompson, the running back, Bill Mallory, the coach, had some good teams. Was it ever frustrating? Hey, that's just a basketball school. Well, was it always you were always living in the shadow of hoops when you go to Indiana?
Well, it was, and when I went there, the year before I got there, they had finished second in the Big Ten. They'd finished second to Michigan State, and so there was a group of us that came in, our recruits and everything else. And, back then it was if you won the Big Ten, you got to go to the Rose Bowl. And of course, we weren't able to get that done. We had some good teams. We had some really good players. We just couldn't put it all together to get to the Rose Bowl. So playing in the Rose Bowl against Oregon, a couple weeks ago was really special for a lot of the players. But yes, at the time I was there, it was Bobby Knight. It was they had just won the national championship in hoops in '87 with Keith Smart making the jump shot against Syracuse. Steve Alford, it was still a basketball school with Bobby there, and so we were trying to make a name for ourselves, trying to turn the program around. Bill Mallory's, up until Coach Signetti, he's the most successful coach Indiana had. I went to 3 bowl games. We won a couple of them. So it's we tried, but nothing like what this team is doing.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good run here lately for Vianney in the NFL. But between you being a big star. You got James Gladstone now running the Jacksonville Jaguars. Kyron Williams with the Rams. What is it about Vianney that gets people NFL ready?
How about that? It's pretty crazy. I saw Vianney just honored Kyron with retiring his number, which I thought was really cool. It's, you know what, I've got nothing but praise for the Griffins. It was a great school for me, great school for my brother. That was a big reason why I went there. I had an older brother that was there. I tell people all the time that was some of my most special sports memories. My sophomore year was his senior year, and we got to play varsity basketball together and varsity football together. And it was, I've got a lot of great memories. We still support Vianney, and I try and get back as much as I can. It's hard to, but I try and get back and support him as much as I can. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. When I was there, it's going to sound very similar to Indiana. When I was at Vianney, Villa had that soccer program. It was like, we won my senior year. We won state in soccer, and that was multiple state championships. So yeah. Now all of a sudden it's turning. But I understand. Hey, you guys got to tell me. I understand the basketball program's doing really good this year.
Oh yeah, Coach Walsh he's built that thing into a juggernaut as well.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
So yeah, there's some good stuff going on there.
Mount Rushmore, Vianney Town. I got Trent Green, Kyron. I got to put Mark Lamping in there with his distinguished career. Danny Max in there. Maybe Scott Sapicki back in the day.
Neil Fiala made it to the Cardinals from there.
See,
Cliff Polite won himself a World Series.
Yes, he did.
No, Cliff Polite.
You put up some big numbers in basketball too, didn't you? Weren't you like
Doug, you might have covered him, and I'm being serious.
Could have, yeah.
Somebody must be bribing you to bring up my basketball stats because it's here's the funny thing is Coach Walsh, his son just broke my scoring record for points in a game. And so of course he sent me the article. He sent me the box score to show me that his son had finally tracked down my single game record and got it. I want to say that was maybe a year or two ago that he did it, but
what was the record?
Yeah, I had 40 against CBC one time. And,
does it count if it's against CBC?
Oh, we let him score 40. That's what we do. We felt sorry for him. How about a text?
That was right when the 3-point line came in. So that helped me out. But it took a while. It took a while to beat it, but yeah, it was good.
One of your former receivers, John Brassey says hello. Receiver at Vianney with Trent, CEO at Smuckers. I was mentioned by Greg Warren a couple weeks ago. Does that ring a bell? One of your former receivers,
John Brassey. Yeah, John Brassey. Yeah. Yeah. He's my brother's age. So yes, he would have been a receiver my sophomore year with my brother Troy. So and he and Troy had played basketball, baseball, all kinds of stuff together. So yeah, there's a whole crew. That St. Louis connection runs pretty deep.
Did Mizzou not recruit you coming out of high school?
They did not. No, it was kind of a mutually agreed upon thing. They were running. They were running more of a wishbone option kind of deal.
Winning lots of games, Tim. Back then, winning lots of. That was Bob Stoll, I guess, right?
Well, and I think Woody was there when I was being recruited. And I'm trying to think of the quarterback from East St. Louis that was there. Ronnie Cameron, maybe. Does that ring a bell?
Doug, does that sound right?
No, and that's one of the core problems.
Yeah,
it does not ring a bell.
Well, we've had head injuries. We don't remember a lot.
So,
speak for myself.
So it just was me. They're like, hey, we run this system, and and I'm like, hey, I completely get it. I would, would have loved to, stayed in state and been close and all that stuff, but. Yeah, they just ran a different system. But here's the funny thing. So Andy Reid ended up on that staff, not that staff, but the next Bob Stoll staff, and then Dave Tobe, who's the special teams coordinator, assistant head coach under Andy here. And so I like to bring up because Indiana, we had some good scores against the Tigers back in the day, but
yeah, that's right.
I just like to have a little fun with them.
That's right. I forgot about that.
And so you said you went to the Peach Bowl. Will you be there? I know Ackerman said he's going. Joe Buck's going. Will you be there next Monday?
Yeah, we are. For the Peach Bowl, I had to go solo. We were moving my daughter. My son had just gotten married 2 weeks ago. We were moving my daughter to a different college. All this stuff, and I told my wife, I was like, I'll get you guys there. Then I'm going to fly down for the game. Then I'll fly back and help you guys move in. But I got to be at this game. So, and she's a grad. She and I, met in college. So she's a grad also. So I told her, I was like, okay, if we make the national championship, we're going to go. We're going to, meet up with all of our former, teammates and friends and people we knew from college. So yes, we will be there.
Do you find yourself more emotionally leveraged watching Indiana football than anything else? Because sometimes watching a college team, in particular an alma mater, can bring out primal fandom that maybe you weren't aware that you had.
So the emotional, first off, I'll say, if anytime my kids were playing sports, I was like an emotional wreck. It was, I was fine myself playing sports, like a serious 2-minute drive or some, whatever it may be. I was always more nervous and more emotionally involved when my kids were playing, and I still am because my daughter still plays. So, but to that point, last week in the game against in the Peach Bowl, and the very first play of the game, I see him throwing the hitch. And before anybody else, I jump out because the way where my seat was and where I was located was kind of like on the side of the field that I could see Pons, the corner that got the pick six. So as soon as he plants his foot and he starts throwing the hitch, I'm jumping out of my seat before as the ball's in the air. I'm like, get it. I'm yelling, get it, because I could see the pick six coming. I could see the whole thing. And so to that point, never have I been that fan where I'm like jumping up and high-fiving and doing all that stuff. But in that moment, I was the first one out of the chair, and I was high-fiving everybody, and that was just the beginning of a crazy game. So yes, I didn't know that I had that in me because that's not normally the way I watch a game. I'm kind of a more of a thinker when I watch a game. Like, okay, how would I game manage this? What would I call here?
Yeah.
Is this a good situation? I'm more of a kind of a head coach quarterback when I'm watching games, kind of thinking how I'd handle things. But I did go off the rails last week. I will admit that.
And it's an amazing thing. Speaking of when I asked you about why Indiana's having this level of success, you talked about the coaching. Pons, usually a press corner, attempts to bait Dante Moore into throwing that route, and he does so. So, it was thought through. He baits him, lays off, and then goes in for the pick six. That's really mapping things out to a level that I would imagine most programs aren't pulling off, and that's what Indiana is able to do. How do you see things going into that game against Miami, a team that did play a common opponent with Ohio State? Certainly not beating teams with the authority that Indiana has in the college football playoff, but nonetheless, here they are as the 10 seed. What are you seeing in the matchup from your educated perspective, Trent?
Well, I think Miami's playing really well right now. Those couple of their losses, that was earlier in the year, and I think Carson Beck's done a good job of protecting the football. I like both of their lines of scrimmage. I think that's going to be a great test. Their defensive line, a former teammate of mine, Jason Taylor, is the D-line coach. So the offensive line of Indiana and the defensive line of Miami, that's going to be a great challenge for Indiana. And then look at the size of the offensive line for Miami and what they do from a run game. So I think even though quarterbacks draw a lot of attention, the Mendoza and Beck matchup, I think it's going to be the line of scrimmage both ways that determines it. Because I think both teams want to run the football. Both teams want to get pressure on the quarterback without having to blitz or bring extra guys. But to me, it really comes down to which team, does or doesn't make the most mistakes. And right now, if you look at what Indiana's done in their track record, they seem to be a much more disciplined team in terms of penalties, in terms of mistakes, missed assignments, those kinds of things. So I think that gives us the edge as long as we continue to do what we've done all season.
I don't know that Trent didn't agree to take questions, but a texter did say you got to ask him about the Chiefs leaving Arrowhead.
A bunch of people have been texting that
saying, ask Trent about that because you played, obviously, 5 years Kansas City, good run there with the Chiefs and Coach Vermeil, put up some big numbers, and the big announcement, they're going to move to Kansas. I think that's cement. It's almost 100% done deal at this point. What are those emotions for you?
Well, it's I understand it. Listen, I love Arrowhead. I love the fact. I love the parking lot. You guys have been, you pull in the parking lot, you see the smoke from the grills. You get, the stadium's iconic. The sight lines everywhere in it is a good seat. All the history to it. I love playing outside on grass. All those things that come with it. But I understand it. I mean, the stadium's been there for over 50 years. There's not much around it. The Royals are there, but I mean, in terms of restaurants and hotels and, I understand why they're going to, from a business standpoint, it was really a no brainer. What Kansas is providing them from a dollar standpoint, what the amount of space that they're going to have over by the racetrack. It's all set up because the racetrack is there, because Kansas Speedway is there, because of the two major highways that are there. I mean, it's set up really well, and so it is emotional because I do love Arrowhead, and there's going to be 5 more seasons at Arrowhead. But I do, from a business standpoint, and from you look at what Dallas has done, you look at what Minnesota has done, you look at what Houston has done. I mean, you look at what a lot of these teams are trying to do. They're trying to build the New England Patriots, with Patriot Place, which has hotels and restaurants and all that right around the stadium. It's there's a lot of money to be made in that, and they're not leaving the city. They're moving from one side of the city to the other side of the city. Yes, I understand the state part of it, and that's a big thing. But they aren't living. They're still going to be the Kansas City Chiefs.
Trent Green, our surprise guest, his Indiana Hoosiers going for a national championship. And by the way, I love Trent and Kevin Harlan. The other Kevin agreed to be a surprise guest as well. Called in from his Door County compound in the middle of the summer.
Here's the thing. He does have the compound up in Door County. I've never been, but it's beautiful. The pictures that he's shown and just the setting and everything. But here's the thing about Kevin, that the second he opens his mouth, you know who it is.
Yes.
His voice is so iconic. He could come on and say, I'm Steve from Richmond. And it's you're Kevin Harlan. It's like, you 100% are Kevin Harlan. That's one of the things I enjoy is walking through an airport with Kevin and just having a conversation and people not realizing it's Kevin until they hear his voice. And then all of a sudden, it's like you see him like looking around, like, wait, I know that voice. Where is he? Where is he? So, he's one of the best. I love working with him.
And then they come up. Could you just say real quick, no regard for human life? Sure, pal. One of my favorite Trent broadcast moments, he's doing the preseason games with us, Rams games, and we're talking ahead of time, and I said, okay, you're a former player now. I said, but it's okay to be a little critical. It was the first year of the Spagnuolo and Devaney regime, and I'm trying to talk Trent into, being a little, he's such a nice guy. I'm like, you can hammer these guys just a little bit. And he said, Martin, remember, these guys cut me. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. They did cut you. Shouldn't be a problem.
That's exactly right.
Trent, great catching up with you. Thank you for joining the program. Best of luck to your Indiana Hoosiers on Monday night. No matter what, it's going to be one hell of a game, and certainly major anticipation around the country for this. Always great to catch up with you, man. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, I appreciate it. Good catching up, and go Hoosiers.
There he is, Trent Green with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone line. Surprise guest, wonderful surprise guest.
He's such a great guy. And just talking Indiana ball. And,
you can tell he's fired up, man.
Yes, going to the games. Yeah. Like he said, cheering last week at the Peach Bowl, taking the family this time around. And what an unbelievable career. He was a 7th-round pick. Out of Indiana, and the Chargers cut him. And really, he and Marge click in Washington. We know the story. Gets the big contract with the Rams, get injured.
Doug, watch this. I like Trent.
I was waiting for that during the interview.
I like Trent.
But in Kansas City, man, he crushed it. He had 3 years of over 4,000 yards, a couple of Pro Bowls. So I love talking to Trent.
He's living the dream, isn't he? NFL quarterback. Now he's a TV broadcaster. He's got that scoring record, but he came against CBC, but still counted at the time. I mean, he's lived a pretty sweet life.
Yeah, and just a tremendous guy.
Many of the texters pointing out that his son, who he made reference to, I think, didn't he quarterback at Northwestern?
Yeah, TJ, in fact, they played CBC in the state championship game.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, and I went over and did a story in KC at Rockhurst with father, son, and it was... he
was the quarterback at Rockhurst?
Yeah,
okay.
TJ was. Okay. Trent's son at Rockhurst is going to play against CBC in the state championship at the Dome. kind of a famous place for his dad for all the wrong reasons, the big injury. So we did this big piece, and a few of my CBC buddies were saying, oh, really? You're doing a story on the other quarterback? I'm like, it's kind of a good story.
Right.
It's Trent's son. Of course, CBC did win the game.
Oh, did they?
His son, TJ, did play at Northwestern.
Yeah, and so when we asked about the Chiefs moving to Kansas, many of the texters were pointing out, although I don't know how many people are aware of this, that Trent's son, and I guess it's TJ, I don't know how many sons he has, is dating the daughter of Clark Hunt.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So
she'll join us next week.
Okay. She's the surprise guest next week. So their theory is, well, he's not going to be critical because of the family relationship. So,
I see. Okay.
See what I'm saying?
But I think he's also pragmatic. Like, it's going to be sad if you played there, but you also, if you look around the NFL, like he's saying, it's sort of what's happening.
Yeah, it's not really that controversial. Teams get new stadiums all the time. They go for the best deal they can get, and they're staying in town.
Great to have Trent Green. Nice surprise guest, Martin. Really enjoyed talking over with I Like Trent. You can go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. It's the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Longtime friend of the program, Doug, active texter. He oftentimes offers his wife up to us.
Yeah.
And to Michael Wellington and athletes that he likes. The recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, Chris Pondoff, is going to be in studio with Mark Hinkle. They have a hell of a charity opportunity here. I mean, this is glorious. It is a ticket that is virtually impossible to get, but they have an opportunity for you to get it. We will tell you how on the other side of the break. Then we've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Coming up in this 9 o'clock hour, send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website where you can buy a car, get your credit back on track, do two things at once. So whatever the situation or circumstance, you're going to get into that vehicle, little to no money down, best rates possible. AutoLoan Pro able to do that because they work with over 50 different lenders, not vendors, but lenders. There is a difference there. So they'll get you the best deal possible. And they know making that large purchase, financing, all of it can get a little complicated, especially if there's a hiccup there. Doesn't matter. AutoLoan Pro is going to get you back on track. Website also has that free playbook they put together. So get online, pick out the car, download the free playbook, and educate yourself while also getting the car of your choice in the future. Financing a car, only one thing to know, and that is to choose the pro. Auto Loan Pro. They are part of the Lita family. Get online today. Make your choice at AutoLoanPro.com.
Back it is the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Just joined by surprise guest Trent Green to start the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Miss anything? Go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. Schaefer Doors, Jason Gosrow. Got super cold temperatures in the forecast this weekend, and if your garage door deals with those temperatures poorly, it's going to snap. So you go to SchaeferDoor.com at SCHAEF1FER door.com and talk it over with Jason Gosrow, longtime TMA advertiser, longtime TMA listener, and he will send his crew out to fix that very quickly for you. It's Schaefer Door Company. They, of course, handle residential, but they also handle commercial as well. Schaefer Door, SCHAEFER door.com, SchaeferDoor.com. And, of course, you can call or text the number they set up specifically for TMA listeners at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer and the sponsor of the podcast on the morning after. Doug, I don't know if you noticed it, but one of the greatest texters in the history of this show is sitting right next to you on your right.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, I saw him sitting over there.
The recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, also known as Chris Bondoff, and Mark Hinkle, cousin extraordinaire, owner, proprietor of Olive and Oak. Gentlemen, welcome into the studio. It is
Thanks for having us.
Fabulous to see you.
I get really nervous around so much beefcake.
Oh, gosh.
I grew up in hockey locker rooms, been in some NHL locker rooms, and my father was reffing the Blues, and you guys, I've never been as nervous.
Really?
Yeah, it's tough to be around hot guys.
I've always felt if it was a crime to be handsome, I'd be serving a life sentence.
Clip that off. Clip that off.
Mark skipped his yoga class to be here today.
Oh, is that right? That's commitment, Mark.
Sacrifices.
Thank you so much. You guys have something going on that I know a lot of people in our audience are going to be interested in, and it is an incredible cause with an incredible prize. I yield the floor to you, fine gentlemen.
Yeah, so this is our second year doing it, and the Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation has a Masters tournament raffle going on right now. So for $100 a piece, you get entered in a chance to win. So I think 300 sold, so pretty good odds there.
Yeah.
2 badges to the Masters 2026. So that's got a full hospitality package, full open bar and meals included, 1 double room with 1 night stay. Yeah. So it's got you're all in here, $100, get you a chance to do it. And you support a great cause with the Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation
for the Saturday round.
Yep,
moving day, right, Tim?
That is moving day on the leaderboard. I mean, it is one of, if not the hardest tickets to get in sports. It's the only thing that I think at this point I would leave my basement to go attend. And this is Saturday as well at Augusta. And in addition, not just the passes, but it's full hospitality, and it includes your night stay down there, and that is not easy to pull off either. So $100 gives you a chance with this raffle ticket to benefit the Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation. So how can people sign up and purchase these raffle tickets, gentlemen?
On the website, so it's www.theohf.org.
OHHF?
Yep.
.org. Okay.
On it right now. Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation .org. The OHHF.org. And right there, you will see the opportunity to purchase the raffle tickets for the Masters. Now, Lady Gaga's meat suit is texting in that he heard that I am playing in the Masters this year. That was going to be announced tomorrow. But yes, I probably will already be there. So I am out.
Yeah.
Yes, but if you want to watch me play in the Masters this year, go to the OHHF.org. And only 300 of these are out there. So you have pretty good odds to get one of the most difficult tickets to get in sports, a Saturday Masters pass benefiting the Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation.
And you'll make the cut, so you'll be playing Saturday.
I'll be playing. I should be playing on Saturday. I really like where I am. There are a lot of guys who are 5 handicaps who contend to win the Masters.
There's a lot of them, yeah. Shoot about 115, make the cut.
Easy to read greens.
Oh, my God.
Your putting's in check. You're dialed in.
Yeah, I'm dialed in right now. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, a lot of people. Harrison's brother, Master. To get support from Harrison's brother, Master?
I don't know about this alliance with Sharon, though.
Yeah, how about that? I'll be buying one. This guy is really good looking, too.
He is. He's talking about you, Mark.
I'll take it.
How about that?
Know?
Even with skipping yoga, you still have.
I know.
I'm the cousin Mark can't shake.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't come to drug church. Probably should.
No, it's false advertising.
It is an incredible charity, number one, but also what a wonderful promotion to allow people to have the opportunity to go to the Masters on Saturday. Also have the stay down in Augusta and the hospitality tent. This is well worth it. $100 is the cost of the raffle ticket, only $300 being sold, and it benefits the Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation. Outstanding, John.
We have some, I guess they're digital cards that we could share on socials, or if you guys have a way to put it on. The TMA faithful, I mean, showed up and like they do last year when you guys plugged this and told people about it, and kind of a warning to people that want to get in it. It sold out pretty quickly after we came on the show.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, you guys do what you do, and then as vile and nasty as we all are as audience.
He's talking to you.
You know.
And there's only 300 tickets sold.
Only 300 tickets sold. Ashley will not be going or participating in the raffle.
Doug, that, of course, is Chris's wife. Who oftentimes is referenced in your texts.
Yeah, sure. I talked about her in my sermon last night at drug church.
Is she aware that you talk about
She
her?
ran out of the room. No, she doesn't know about this. But Mark's probably going to tell on me now. So.
You're going to narc.
Mark's one who introduced me to all the townies in Champaign. He's a little bit older than me.
Oh, you did. Look at Mark shaking. I'm going to go to yoga.
Let me get back to Mark.
Did you bring food?
He did. Mark brought some treats.
treats.
Tell real quick about the foundation for those that don't know.
Yeah, Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation, we founded after we lost our son, Ollie, to his battle with congenital heart defects. So, you know, it's a all too common and also a lifelong illness. So we do everything to support the families, to push innovation and research and outcomes. So it is just, you know, mental health program is a big part of what we do, Ollie's branch. So we're national on that front, supporting families all over the country with free mental health care. And but again, yeah, just support from top to bottom, all the needs that these families face. So we're there to support. So
I always hear you guys say how there are now adults living with a children's heart disease because of the last 10 or so years of technology advancements and the robotics, what they're doing with robotic hearts. Pre-op is pretty incredible, man. It's nuts.
And what a great job you guys have done with this Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation. Number of people are texting in saying they're on the site trying to buy it, but they don't know where to go when they're on the site.
Here we go.
Is it a pop-up or is there a link? I'm on the page, and I've seen a few texts here saying that they want to buy, but they can't find it. So while you guys are here, let's make sure we tend to it to make sure that we get the people to. There's a donate link, but that isn't the...
No.
yeah, you can click on that one too.
Yeah.
So it on the card that Sarah, our program manager at the OF text, it's the ohhf.org /product/masters
/product/masters
-2026 -raffle, and we'll share it.
Okay.
So yeah, and if I don't know if
what we can do is we can send it out on our social media. I gather we can do that.
I know the link's on the Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation Instagram page as well.
Okay, cool. All right. So that is how you can get it. We'll send it out on the TMA Twitter account.
I just texted to KG.
Oh, okay. God bless America. Thank you very much. All right. So TMA STL
a hottie
on the Twitter tweets, and Chairman Kurt, who's a hottie.
He's pretty good. He works out.
Yeah, he does. Doug?
You like a guy who works out, do you?
Well, better than a guy that looks like me. You called me portly at a golf event.
Well, you're a little portly. A little bit.
Here we go.
It's the octopus and cowboy ribeyes he's always stuffing.
Oh, is that what it is?
I got Tim some lion's mane mushrooms last time he was in.
What is going on with those? There'll be times my wife and I will bring up, tell Doug, I think I talked about it when I came in during a break. Maybe I talked about it on the air.
Maybe, yeah, it's wild.
I mean, to simplify it for the audience's purposes, at Olive and Oak, there are mushrooms, and if you didn't know it, you would think you're eating steak. It's that simple.
It's kind of a mind blank. It's like, wow.
It's like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
What kind of mushrooms are they?
Lion's mane.
Lion's mane.
Yeah.
Where do they come from?
We get them from a local partner here.
Really?
Yeah, mushrooms naturally. They're awesome. They're incredible.
It's unbelievable.
You don't hallucinate when you eat them, but they taste incredible.
You're looking for a hallucination experience?
Different life.
Okay.
When I used to make fun of people that go mushroom hunting. Have you heard of this? Mm-hmm. They walk around in the woods. I thought they're just walking around the woods.
It's right across the river in Illinois, right? Don't they do a lot of mushroom farming in Illinois?
Mm-hmm. And then I had these lion's mane. I'm like, oh, that's what they're out looking for. It's unbelievable. So now they have them. They're like pastrami. They taste like pastrami. It's wild what they can do with these.
Doug, I recommend it.
Well, yeah.
And Doug doesn't like that I get the charred octopus.
No.
And we walked him in through the kitchen like Henry Hill.
Well, we don't want to cause a commotion. Mark's running a business there, and if all of a sudden now can we talk about what you were texting in yesterday regarding a star musician, or is that off limits?
I got Hootie. Yeah.
How about this? Listen to this.
Yeah, Hootie made an appearance.
At Olive and Oak, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, he was private party, someone's birthday party, brought Hootie in.
Darius Rucker stops on by Olive and Oak and
what's he doing in St. Louis?
He came for that.
How about that?
He heard about the lion's mane mushrooms.
Oh my goodness!
How about that?
That's pretty fancy.
Going to be there.
That's I think probably what it was. I think I was there actually that night, Mark. Now that I think about it.
Any other celebrities eating there that we would know? I mean. Tim and Hootie.
I throw Ashley at Ryan O'Reilly there often.
Yeah, you often bring up Pecan Smythe winner.
He's a made man.
Nikki Glazer's been hanging out a lot when she's in town.
Oh, is that right? Really?
So yeah, she's been a lot of time in St. Louis recently.
How about that?
She just did the Grammys or
Golden Globes on Sunday night. Yeah.
I always, when the NASCAR community's in town, I try to tell Mark, if any NASCAR superstars come, let me know. And he's like, I won't let you know, and I hope they don't come.
I won't know who they are.
Shots fired at Charlie Marlowe.
Charlie Marlowe AI. Once again,
Thanks,
Chairman Kurt, have you had a chance to tweet that out yet? Jackson has? Jackson tweeted it out. So if you want the link to get the Masters passes, it is on the TMA STL Twitter account, and you can go right there and get this incredible opportunity. I mean, it really is. It's about one of the best raffle opportunities that you can get. I like that Jamie Rivers beating up on Jackson is a pinned tweet.
Oh, I thought Jackson held his own there. Charlie's a big Jackson fan. Basketball.
Oh, you're your son?
Drives me nuts. He's taken to basketball as opposed to hockey, and it's a whole thing. I have a therapist and everything.
That's a problem with the family. Mark, Chris, thank you so much for coming.
Cheesesteaks, guys, enjoy, right?
Oh, treats.
Thank you much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You love a cheesesteak in the morning, right, Doug?
I do, yes.
Or any other time.
Really.
Guys, thanks so much. God bless. God bless the audience, most of them.
There it is. Chris Ponduff, Mark Hinkle with us. What an incredible opportunity this is for the Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation. Click on the link that we tweeted out here moments ago, and it will take you to one of only 300 raffle tickets that are available for it. I am retweeting it as well from my Gift Depot Twitter account. It is an opportunity to go to the Masters Saturday. 2 badges to the Masters 2026. Full hospitality package, full open bar and meals included, plus 1 double room with a 1-night stay. And it's only $100 per ticket, and they're only selling 300, with the proceeds going to the Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation. Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you so
As
much.
always. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Coming up next, this is TMA 101 ESPN.
1879 Distilling, that's the name of the company. The location is right out back at the Village Bar. 1879 Distilling, based on the German heritage in St. Louis, where they made premium spirits. Used to be down by the river. They wanted to continue that great tradition. Folks at Village Bar said, we can do it right here in back at the barn. And they've been winning awards throughout the region for that 1879 rye, 1879 bourbon. The Red Barn vodka, so many different flavors. There really is a difference. You can taste it. And on Saturdays, you have a chance to taste it for yourself. The tasting room opens Saturday from noon to 5 right there at the Village Bar in Des Peres. Great place to hang out. You already know that. Lunch, dinner, happy hour, just meeting friends, watching the game. You're going to do that all weekend long. You might as well go up on Saturday when the tasting room's open. Find out what 1879 Distilling is all about. They got a great website as well, 1879distilling.com. There really is a difference. You can taste it. So when you order that Manhattan, just say, hey, put a little 1879 rye in there. It's the tastings on Saturdays from noon to 5. Stop by the old Village Bar or go online to 1879distilling.com.
Doug. The George Washington?
Sounds kind of like the last one we heard.
Is that Joe Perry there with that
I
riff?
don't know who it is.
Wouldn't you think? It's a big Run DMC Thursday on the morning after. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Just joined by Chris Pondoff and Mark Hinkle for a promotion that apparently has driven a lot of traffic to the website. Jackson, you tweeted it out from the TMA STL Link My Gift Depot Twitter account that is basically dormant. I retweeted it. It is one of 300 passes, raffles, prizes to get the Masters tickets for this Saturday. $100 per raffle ticket. And somebody will get a trip to Augusta National for the 2026 Masters, the Saturday round. Any of you guys been to that? Anybody?
I have not. Huh?
Been to the Masters?
Yeah.
No. Never been to Augusta.
No, I haven't either.
It's the only thing I want to go to, honestly. I mean, I guess I'm going to the Ryder Cup next year in Ireland. But as far as, like, local, domestic, that's it. That's it. So $100, you get. I mean, they're just impossible to get. They're damn near impossible. So, and then to also have a place to stay in addition to a full hospitality tent, and the Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation is an incredible charity. So that link is on our Twitter account and other TMA social media. We're about to do the Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Papers just ripping papers apart.
Yeah,
It
really
is.
is.
It's frantic.
Martin, can you tell us about Design Air Heating?
Yeah, I can. You know, it's funny. Last night I thought it was a little chilly. I turned the heat up, and everybody in the house, it was too hot. Have you ever had that happen? It's too warm.
Oh, sure.
Heater is working too well. It was not until we called the folks at Design Air and said we need a brand new unit. They came out and said, here are some of the options. Here's how it works. And there's other things you can do. You can control the humidity in your house. You can get fresh air coming up through those vents. A lot of things I didn't even take into account. Great job explaining it. That's what Design Air will do. And then the installation, efficient, great team. We always talk about the employees. Awesome team that Seth Goldcamp has there at Design Air. You can tell the difference when an employee likes where they work. They're proud of the work they do. Great from start to finish. Could not be more pleased with that HVAC unit. It's designairservice.com. That's year-round heating, cooling, whatever those needs are, a little tune-up or a complete replacement, which we did. Do it with designairservice.com.
There it is. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, at the leaderboard, you will find the incel at the other end of the couch. Will somebody tie him today?
Jackson, do we have a winner yet?
Good morning, boys. A wise man once said, be better, not bitter. So today I've chosen reflection. I took a long look in the mirror. I admired my rack, pouted my glossed lips, looked inward. Growth. And it occurred to me, maybe Doug doesn't want to believe I'm a real woman because that's just not what he likes, and that's fine. I don't kink shame. So I'm pulling myself up by the bootstraps, not work boots, obviously. I prefer thigh-high black velvet stiletto heels. Growth, but make it fashion. You won't stop this woman from listening. This show makes me giggle, damn it, and I'm not giving that up. So, Doug, let's keep playing this cat and mouse game because one day this and then it gets graphic. And then it gets graphic.
Okay, didn't need
it. It's a 5-letter word for cat or kitten that if I were to have read it right there, I don't know. I don't think it would have ended the 22-year show, but I might have taken some time away. Chairman Kurt, we got to be a little tighter on the filtered file, a little tighter. This blank will pounce on you, Doug. And just to clarify, not a banty rooster. I don't have a, and then another word, unless it's a strappy.
Oh, gosh. All right, that's enough. Sharon D., banty rooster, heavyset gentleman.
You think it's a plumber in Spanish Lake?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, workman.
My name is Bill, and I'm done staying silent. The constant mocking of my hole is lazy, tired, and wildly unnecessary. For the record, my hole's fine, thriving even. It does not require analysis, commentary, or a daily segment. What does need work is the show's descent into sophomoric nonsense. This is not edgy, clever, or funny. It's the kind of humor that gets kids sent to the hallway with a clipboard. Do better and leave my perfectly acceptable hole out of it. That's from Outraged Bill.
Outraged Bill.
I would like an audio cut of agitated Doug spitting. I don't know the dates. I could drop it over a West Coast hip-hop beat, loop it, and we could print that cheddar. We get it, Dougie Fresh. Your almanac of knowledge is limited to Arby's locations and 70s Cardinals roster moves. You like Arby's?
I don't go to Arby's much, no.
No dates, kind of like Paper's Love Life. Boom. Oh.
What are you going to do?
Tony Soprano. I'm on fire, boys. Time to heat this inbox up. I don't know the dates, Timmy. I don't know the dates. I just don't relate, Timmy. I just don't relate. 72 or 73, I won't take the bait, Timmy. I won't take the bait because I don't know the dates, Timmy. I don't know the dates. That's from Bro Fallon.
Bro Fallon.
Yesterday in the first hour, Doug said Colorado would score goals against the Blues, but it was Carolina that they played, so he was incorrect. Tim, you were excellent and didn't make any mistakes. That's from Mitch. Hey, Mike, I'd like to slap your big butt cheeks. Can we bring that drop back? How about that whole Cumstein?
I gave you the under on that game. That paid off.
You cashed in the ticket. Whether or not you knew who they were playing is immaterial.
I knew who they were playing. I just said the wrong word. Comes out that way sometimes.
No mention of Ollie, and then the last name is Vendinya's email of the day win. Surely not Tim's fault. Tim McKernan, brave, courageous, and bold. Long live his fame, long live his glory, and long may his story be told. But I do blame Movie Boy. What kind of heathen gives 0 stars to Rin Tin Tin and Air Bud? Now for my redacted email to get through the filtering process. The 1984 summer school graduate Niagara Falls trip. Skyland Tower Evolving Restaurant. Our waiter worked a 12-hour shift and lost his equilibrium. Falling in my buddy Butchie's lap. Butchie struck when the incoherent iron was hot. If you want a big tip, either you put your blank in my space mark or I take you from behind.
Oh, gosh.
Is that from the recovering alcoholic down the hall? Just shooting that off?
Waiter Hans chose door number 2. Next thing we know, Butchie was taking his crossed out and giving him the shocker. That's from Ben, middle name Peg. That's rare to have a guy with a first name Ben, but then Margaret be the middle name.
Right.
And then the last initial is N.
Family name.
N.
You think it's what it was?
Yeah, probably.
Ben Pegem. I think that's how you'd pronounce that. Benjamin Pegem.
I am really hoping that Tim and Doug can work their way into Jackson's good graces so they can have their email of the day votes counted again. Is this because of the clear high school basketball stat comparison between Trent Green and Jackson? Tied for first, I never thought that Jackie Behar would be a voter suppression proponent. I do love it when you guys come up with an idea and then immediately abandon it, like reading the contending emails of the day or playing drops. Separately, I cleared my voice 3 times at the office today, and no one seems to understand that I am down to clown. I guess my point is that I went to St. John the Baptist for kindergarten, so yeah, I know my way around a junkyard. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of complimentary Run DMC tickets to the Cawks.
Shooter McGavin.
You guys ruined my day. Yesterday, I kissed my wife and slapped her on the ass as I walked by. I did this right in front of her best friend. Didn't realize I blew my chance for a threesome. Guess I should have seen the signs, like her sitting there on the couch playing on her phone. I think I'm going to have to sit down with the wife tonight and have a serious conversation. Maybe the 3 of us should go out to my car for the conversation. I'll turn up my subs real loud so I can look like a big tough guy. I heard my subs is a good place to take a load, so I like my chances.
What?
That's from the MILF Hunter.
MILF Hunter.
Sharon callback. Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Billikens took Fordham's measure at the Fets. Do you like to ever call the Chaffetz the Fets?
No, I never do that.
To inch closer to the top 25. Meanwhile, in Como, Mizzou held on to beat Auburn as Libby Jack clutched his Javon Cruda body pillow, knowing he'd be able to trigger a bunch of hypersensitive Billiken fans this morning with his local hoops power rankings. What are the big games that SLU has won? Name them. Don't talk to me about something that's made up. I am mad now. Meanwhile, previously undefeated Vanderbilt lost at Texas, leaving just 3 undefeated teams remaining in Division I. Lute Olson's crew at Arizona, Tommy Osborne's scrappy bunch at Nebraska, and Wally Zerbiak's squad at Miami, Ohio, a.k.a. the worst school in America, according to Libby Jack. You say Miami, Ohio is the worst school in America?
Something to that effect.
Why would it be?
I can't remember.
It's the cradle of coaches.
Sure.
It's supposed to be a really cool little town, that Oxford.
Yeah, I'm sure it's great.
But I think the lead is that a listener identifying as the mayor of Burkesville, but projects more like Buffalo Bill playing Tucky, went back and tabulated Norman Pale's high school garbage time stats. He's a horse's ass for doing that.
Hell yeah.
And now another listener who identifies as a wrestler that's been dead for 33 years. What's a piece of that pale ass? Give me your effing feet. It's from Buck Swope.
Yeah. Buck Swope.
Hello, gentlemen. Nothing beats the summer of '09 at my favorite Italian haunting nightclub with Han. I remember that summer like it was yesterday. Me, Han, and my girl's vacuum nose.
Oh.
The snowblower and the line lord would show up early and leave late. We'd even walk over to the Extra Brute for some Doug Boo champagne. So much #POW. It was like partying with Escobar, but hell, that's the price you pay for ripping sack into 105. #flow state. Man, what I wouldn't do to go back in time and not get married 8 times.
Oh.
How you doing, Doug?
Well, I'm fine.
It's always great partnering up from our Thursday morning routine of rolling Napoli into a 5 a.m. Orange Theory class, followed up with a little biweekly procedure. Shout out Nyack. Any hoodles, I have my biannual needlepoint and charcuterie symposium sponsored by Andy Elliott at Mariposa this Saturday. Buy anything, get the rest free. I have to get this stuff out of my carriage house before Chadwick moves home from university this spring. By appointment only, Doug. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Self-made, stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Oh, great. Cardinals made a trade. Arenado, awesome. Who'd we get? Hopefully someone who can help our ball club. Stop it! Jack Martinez. Who? You traded a Hall of Famer for an 8th-round pick? What else we get? What? We are paying him $31 million to take his sorry ass? Who signed off on this? Triple Sticks is too busy with his damn drawings to make these decisions. Put down your crayons and give us a team that can compete. Or how about this? You work out a trade and tell them to pack his bags because he's going to play for whatever team you want him to, or you'll decapitate his horse and leave it next to him in bed. Oh, I ain't no band leader. That's from Harold with 2 R's, Doug.
Harold with 2 R's.
Tinky falls to the floor like my pant. Sticky, sweet, and savory. Is it my broth that soaks?
What?
His eel became my meal, Doug.
Don't say his eel.
That's from T-Teary TT Boy, sponsor of Lisa Ann's response to Iggy's text to her in 2017, asking where the 2 missing fleshlights are that are to be the first prize for the Dotem winner after he initially texted her representation, Lainey Spicer, but Lainey said, why don't you go ahead and text Lisa directly? I'm sure she'll receive the request with a level head, Doug.
Terry TT Boy.
Man, Doug's got that grown man knowing look, the kind that reads me like a book. Older, yes, but don't be fooled. That calm exterior, very well schooled. He leans in close, just says my name. Suddenly, I'm all aflame. A bulging crotch, a patient tease. He takes his time, I melt with ease. So here's to Doug, mature and bold. Warm hands, steady and never cold. Older boyfriend, flirt divine, and yes, that Doug Vaughn is absolutely mine. And then there's a picture of a guy in a shower.
Oh, why? Why? Damn it, why?
Is that Jim Ross?
I think so. Who was that, Tim?
Hold on a second. I'm captivated by the... Oh, Victor. That
Kevin
guy you
Miller.
met down in Mexico.
I didn't meet the guy.
in the
He
shower?
worked there. Victor.
Did he shower in your room?
No.
That'd be messed up.
Now you're getting close to kink shaving.
No, I mean, it's probably against some sort of policy they have, I assume.
He simply worked there.
I know. That's why he shouldn't be showering in your room.
He wasn't there.
Picture tells 1,000 words.
Amen. Finally, screw you, Jackson. Mount Rushmore of FBOs, Teterboro, Van Nuys, Palm Beach, and Santa Monica. International tomorrow. Regards, Mr. Licks, Doug, just ranking his FBOs.
Okay.
That's funny.
Mr. Licks.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We will announce the winner at approximately 10:55. Somebody's getting closer to a $10,000 HVAC system courtesy of Design Air Heating and Cooling and the great Seth Goldcamp. All right, we'll take a commercial break. Martin's headed to onboarding, 10 o'clock hours, brought to you by Design Air. This is TMA 101 ESPN. FanDuel's turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the divisional round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets, pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. Jackson, what are you going with? You got any play for the people today? Any play will do. Any play will do.
This play I have is for Monday, actually, because FanDuel is
CFPing.
Yeah, FanDuel is also offering a 30% profit boost on your play for the national championship. I've talked about this Indiana alternate spread. If you turn that spread into 13.5, minus 13.5 for Indiana, it's at plus 138. You add that 30% profit boost, plus 180 on the Hoosiers.
Wow.
That's the play I like. 2 touchdown victory for the Hoosiers gets you paid at plus 180.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Color me intrigued. That's it. You can apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Must be 21 or older and present. Missouri opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. John Harbaugh and the New York Giants are finalizing the agreement to make him their next head coach, barring any setbacks. The deal is expected today, per Adam Schefter. That's another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding in for Martin during onboarding here in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day and 10 o'clock hour. We will have the winner of the email today coming up at 10:55. We have done some super long segments today, so we need to do some catching up, which we will do here momentarily. James Carlton is a longtime TMA sponsor and Tim McKernan Show sponsor, and Jackson and I will be doing that program coming up at about 11:20, Jackson, on the TMA STL YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMASTL. Send in your questions for anything that you want discussed, and it does not have to be sports, that's for sure. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. James has been one of the best sponsors for this show because he's been with us for a long time, but also so many listeners have made the switch to him and saved a bunch of money. So listeners know firsthand just how great the customer service is and how much money he can save you. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. I'm a client. Jamie Rivers just became a client. Brandon Kiley just became a client. You can become a client as well. Give them a call. Literally, a 2-minute call could save you thousands of dollars, in particular on your automotive insurance. James has seen rate decreases larger than any other time in his 18-year career over the last couple of months. It's worth the phone call, for real. Why not make a 2-minute phone call to find out how much you can save? 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. This program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. We have a college basketball scandal, and a local team is named in the story. We'll have that for you on the other side of the break. This is TMA, 101 ESPN.
Stiefel is a very well-known name in St. Louis. They sponsor the Cardinals, the Blues, Stiefel Theater, Stiefel Charity Classic, the U.S. National Ski Team. They've been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stiefel do? Well, pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, yes. Banking through Stiefel Bank, yep. You own a business, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stiefel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stiefel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stiefel is not bank-owned. They own their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stiefel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. That's why they're partnering with TMA. Just makes sense. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Man. Biggest show of your career, Jackson?
But tied for first, probably.
And here's why I'm going to say it is. Number one, the return music. Number two, the amount of money you're going to make from these listeners who want to challenge you to play one-on-one.
Yeah. I could really clean up. I'm interested in that Monday night pickup league at
St. Catherine.
Yeah, St. Kitty's.
Tough gym to play in, Doug?
They've had that for years.
Okay.
I played in it a few times and realized the court was a lot longer than it used to be when I played back in the 70s.
You played there in the 70s, did you really?
No, I played high school ball in the 70s.
State championship game, back-to-back years. Jackson, show your respect.
Lost both times.
Doesn't matter.
Further than I got.
But now the courts are just seem to be much longer than they used to be. It could be me having a harder time getting up and down the court.
Been 94 feet for a good long while.
Yeah, it used to be a couple steps and I was down the other end, and now it's, let me catch a cab, get down there.
You think you're shrinking?
Probably a little bit.
Yeah.
Everybody starts shrinking, I think, about age 30. It's from the disc in your back.
What a terrible part of the aging process.
Oh, there's so many great parts, though.
Well, yeah, you get
larger areolas, right?
Distinguished.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was just ranking them.
Yeah, skin tags and all that.
Skin tags?
We're just ranking them. That's all we're doing
What's
here.
the worst?
Oh, man.
Drooping testes?
Well, in all honesty,
it's three. So we're doing the Mount Rushmore now?
Sometimes the deterioration of the mind is very sad, but like in terms of physically, liver spots are tough to just avoid. That's you stare right at it.
You can get those taken off.
Yeah, all right. Is a goiter a part of the aging process, or is that something
it's an
else?
iodine deficiency.
Okay, because that's tough.
I had breast drawn on my back when I was 28, but I don't think that...
Were you in prison?
No. Yeah, that was prison related, not age related.
Probably the drooping skin,
Hunchback?
Yeah, hunchback is tough. The gait, your general gait, being a little slower and more...
I like that. General gait.
Yeah, it's not great. Eyebrows turning gray. That's
That'd be the least of your problems.
Yeah, I was about to say, that one didn't... I wasn't on
Will
there.
Ferrell has that going on a little bit.
Yeah, he does a little bit.
He's got the graying eyebrows. Not ideal.
There's your Mount Rushmore, Doug, of problems with the aging process.
I wouldn't have thought the eyebrows would make it.
This is on the front page of ESPN.com this morning. 20 men have been charged in a point-shaving scheme involving 39 college basketball players on 17 NCAA Division I teams, leading to 29 games being fixed. According to a federal indictment unsealed this morning in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, 15 of the defendants played college basketball during the 2023, 2024, and or 2024, 2025 seasons, according to the indictment. Now, this is where we have our local interest. Of the teams mentioned, St. Louis University is listed as one of the, and again, there are a number of teams, 29 teams, but one of the teams mentioned. Now, when you look at it, the Eastern District of Pennsylvania and the fact that LaSalle is in there and the players mentioned, it doesn't mean that St. Louis University was doing it. It could mean that they were involved in a game where it was done. Right. So this is a report that literally came out here in the 9 o'clock hour. So it is brand new. Papers, have you seen anything else on this since we just got this story?
No, I think just because it's all, I think all the information that people currently have has been spilled out in the article, and I'm sure we'll have much more in the coming days. But yeah, something to monitor for sure, especially amid other scandals across other sports.
Would a school be actually named in the indictment if they were just an innocent bystander, if it was happening, but if the other team was doing it?
I didn't graduate from journalism school, but I did go to 3 law schools.
Did you? I wouldn't
just because I chose journalism because of the upside.
Right.
Yeah.
4 of the players charged have played for their current teams in the past week. How about that?
Wow.
2 of the players named in the indictment were sanctioned in November by the NCAA for fixing New Orleans games.
Pelicans? Or just
New Orleans University.
Oh, okay.
They're one of the schools named also.
Yep.
So even though
they are now the privateers, Doug.
Okay.
Felt like they were something else back in the day.
New Orleans?
Yeah.
I really didn't even know that they had a university.
Nice show prep, ass.
I always loved Tulane.
Well,
you
cities
can
could have multiple schools.
For sure. Philadelphia, namely.
St. Louis U.
Do you count
Harris
Lindenwood?
Stowe.
Do you count Lindenwood? Or do you say
Lindenwood,
that's St. Chuck?
absolutely.
All right, there you go. Jackson wouldn't do that.
They used to be the Instigators? That can't be right.
The New Orleans Instigators? That can't be
Tough
correct.
name given the situation.
I think Chuck Todd did that too. He's just going around the country changing nicknames.
Slicing names in half, saying, start over.
Of all people that have the power to change college names, Chuck Todd would not have come to mind.
He'd be like 10th on your list?
Maybe 8, 9, something like that.
What do you think, Papers? I mean, you are a college basketball authority.
It's tough hearing stories like this that have come out like pre-NIL, just before NIL, now that we live in the NIL era, where it's like you don't even, like, how everything's so out in the open. It seems like crazy to even think that this would go on, but a lot of this stuff happened pre-NIL that we're taking care of now. Be curious to see, like, in 3 years, if you hear something about this, and now that we live in a time where players can get paid.
I don't think it'll matter.
I know. I mean, we saw Terry Rozier has been involved in stuff, and he was making a ton of money in the NBA. So it might not be about the amount you have in your bank account, just the situation you're in at that time.
This stuff in basketball, especially college hoops, has been happening since way back when. Some of the kids don't, even though they're making money, they may not make much. And with gambling now such a huge part of our sports culture, there's going to be people everywhere saying, hey, you want to make an easy few $1,000s by missing a free throw or two?
I guess the silver lining in that is now that we've had legalized gambling, these are such sophisticated websites and applications, and their interface and software is so good that it usually can flag stuff that comes across as odd immediately. And so hopefully that's a deterrent for people in the future.
Jackson, check out West Pine Bill's Twitter feed is what I'm getting in the text inbox.
They got the game ball a week ago for doing that live with Josh Schertz.
Yeah, which was a tip of the cap to both them and Coach Schertz for doing it. But they have some details from, I guess, obviously the indictment isn't a brief read, but they have pulled from it. So while I tell people about Polos Plus, Jackson is going to get some details because, according to texters, a St. Louis University player is named in the indictment. We will have that for you here in a matter of moments as Jackson reads up on this news just breaking here within the last hour. Polos Plus is a new sponsor on The Morning After, but Polos Plus and their ad buyer, Andrew Hubbard, are longtime TMA listeners. Polo Plus is locally owned and operated, founded by Chris and Wayne Lawson of all volleyball fame in the St. Louis area, and it's now owned with their kids, Corey and Shannon. Corey Lawson runs the day-to-day as president and CEO. What is Polos Plus? Well, what they do is they serve small to mid-sized business owners, and their typical use cases are outfitting teams so they look sharp and have some uniformity and pride in what they wear. They focus on premium brands people actually want to wear, and then you can upload your logo on the Polos Plus website, and then they can put your logo on high-quality premium brands, as they're doing with us here on TMA. So the North Face, Travis Matthew, Under Armour, Nike, dozens of brands available at Polos Plus to outfit your small to mid-size business. Pricing includes decoration, typically embroidered logos, no surprise add-ons later. It's Polos Plus, in this business for nearly 30 years. And longtime TMA listener Andrew Hubbard, all in on TMA and PolosPlus.com. Check it out. Couldn't be easier, and high-quality brands, PolosPlus.com. Jackson, what have you discovered?
So this, I'm reading here from the West Pine Bills, who tweeted out details on this situation in this probe. As a former player, I'm really going to struggle with pronouncing the last name. Bradley Ezwiro? I'm sorry, I don't know. He's a former player. This details a game that was played on February 20th, 2024 against Duquesne, in which people, the alleged people who are involved, the gamblers themselves, placed approximately $242,000 bet on Duquesne to cover the first half spread of 5 points, and Duquesne did cover that first half spread.
Wow.
That is what is being alleged right now.
So what did this player, who I got to be honest with you, I don't really recall.
I don't either.
You don't either?
Bradley Ezewiro, Ezewiro.
Correct. He's being alleged to have attempted to recruit other players to participate in the scheme, text communications with other players, saying also with a player on DePaul to kind of...
DePaul or Duquesne?
DePaul, so different. They're not involved in that game. Just basically trying to recruit them also to be a part of this.
Wow.
Alleged.
So that would be pretty stupid to put it in writing.
Yeah.
Texting people.
Yeah,
Hey, do you want to do this?
yeah.
Not great.
As Charles Barkley once said after the Jussie Smollett situation, America, don't commit crimes with checks. Don't ever commit crimes with checks.
Good counsel. The show will teach you things.
Oh, brother. Well, that's the last thing they would want.
So more to come on this, I imagine. This is just obviously coming out all in real time. So,
and it's happened allegedly 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So he's not on the team still.
No. And it's the previous coaching staff as well.
Yeah.
Not Josh Hurts' staff.
Still a stain.
Oh, absolutely. But and more to come, you know.
So if you want to read more about it, it's at ESPN.com. And you can also read the indictment, again, coming from the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. The program's called TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN. Jackson, a lot of texters are going after basketball with this point shaving scandal. Surprise, surprise, another black guy on the sport of basketball. Garbage sport.
Oh.
It's from Bobby Big Wheels. Eric in the Central West End is taking this opportunity to say, quit defending crooked, fake basketball. It's Eric in the Central West End.
He likes basketball, though. Me and him have talked about basketball. So that's odd.
Well, quit defending it.
I'm defending. If
Stop it.
people are criminals, you go to jail, and that's bad for the sport. You have to give them the highest punishment possible.
You think he should go to jail for throwing a basketball game? Missing a couple shots on
I don't
purpose?
know. You should certainly never be allowed to play professional or collegiate basketball.
Yeah,
ever
you should
again.
probably be.
At the very least. At the very
Fined.
least. Yeah.
Have the money
And I
taken
guess it
back.
depends on how much money, maybe. I don't know. I'm not here to litigate that, but you should never be able to play any competitive basketball again.
But I don't think we need to
Probably
load
not.
our
No.
jails up with
No.
people who missed
I'm with you.
basketball
I'm with
shot.
you. I'm saying just in general. Like, I'm not defending those people. I'm still going to enjoy the sport of basketball as I always have and always will. But yeah, you have to be very demonstrative in your punishment of that, because you can't allow that in any sense.
Why are these guys acting like basketball's the only sport that has gambling? Every sport has players gambling. That's from Horsey.
It's probably not as prevalent in the other sports, because basketball, it'd be easy to do. It'd be really hard in baseball.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're the right fielder, what are you going to do?
Right. We have the situation with the Emmanuel Clase going on with the Guardians. So there is some stuff, in baseball, and football's had its issues.
Yeah, there were some
before.
pitchers in baseball throwing weird pitches.
Yeah,
that got caught.
there's been stuff in other, but basketball, just because of the number of people on the floor, you're one of 5 as opposed to being one of 9 in baseball, or one of 11 in football.
Basketball's been trashed since Michael Jordan retired.
Okay.
I don't know. This situation didn't really call for people's thoughts on the state of the game. Didn't really care to hear it. Don't care to hear it. I've seen it all on Twitter before. It's lazy and boring. The game's not as good as it was when I was young and liked life more. Like, nice, good take.
So hold on. This gentleman liked life more.
Yes, people can. That's romanticizing the past. Your life,
nostalgia, Doug.
The actual great thing about the human nature, human mentality, is you have a really good ability to block out some of the negative stuff in your life and think more of the positive stuff, which is actually a nice thing. But with that comes romanticizing the past, thinking things were better, but you just don't remember your stresses and anxieties as well as you do, in the current moment. So things like when Michael Jordan played basketball, life was probably a little easier for you back then, and so you think of a happier time.
How about that? Huh. Look at that. Man, that was like psychoanalysis.
Well, some things were better, some things were worse.
And I'm not saying that is just like everything is better now. I'm not saying that, but I think you have to try to work your way through that and identify, am I romanticizing the past, or do I have credible evidence to why I think this is better?
Kind of sounds like Charcoal's defending this nonsense. Haven't heard it take this bad since his absurd Mizzou slew comments in the first segment today. That's from Big Tough.
How many games did you throw when you were at Ladue?
Good question.
Didn't really get the opportunity, as you can see by my stat line.
That was somehow sent in. Guys, does Tim like basketball? I will only like it if Tim likes it. Thank you. That's from MD 2020. If you tell me Nelson Cruz was on the take back in 2011, I'd believe it. Would totally explain his spastic movements and huge fear of the golf sign. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Didn't someone try moving him in right before that?
Yeah,
Yes.
I read
It's a
that.
classic story.
He was going to
And that Ron Washington didn't put the robber of Scott Rowland in 2006, Andy Chavez. That's Scott Rowland who he robbed at Shea Stadium in 2006?
Still the best catch I've ever seen on a baseball game.
Yeah. Apparently, Cruz wanted to be a little closer to the infield for the celebration for the last out, so he scooted in a couple feet.
You ever move in closer so you could dry hump a group of guys quicker?
Oh, no.
No, you're the one who brings it up. I then ask a question. And
if I did, do you think I would announce that to someone who was doing a
especially
story?
if it cost you a world championship?
Kurt is inching towards Doug.
Yeah, you got to watch this on YouTube.
Yeah, what's that about?
Could be an HR situation developing. Unbelievable how hard Levy Jack defends anything corrupt and left wing. That's from Eric in the Central West. Jackson and I will talk about it coming up on QFTA, the Tim McKernan Show podcast. That'll be on the TMA YouTube channel here at 11:20. That's game time?
Yeah. That seems like the right time.
All right. And we got a hard out because I got to see my endodontist, Doug.
Endodontist.
At 12:50. See how the root canal's doing from a couple weeks ago that Dr. Brandon Pryor saved the day on from a 100 West Dental. Dr. Brandon Pryor. Mentality. If you are feeling sluggish, check out Mentality. Mentality is a longtime TMA sponsor. And if you are not feeling like yourself, Mentality can help you out in a big way. I have gone out to Mentality. I have been tested at Mentality, and I can tell you firsthand how easy the process is. It's about 20 minutes, and you are in and you are out. If you are tired of always waking up exhausted, if your dad bod is starting to weigh on you, if you're finding it harder to get excited about basically anything, this is the new year. Let's get back to the old you. It is Mentality. Check them out and reclaim the old you, the younger you, with Mentality. Right now, all new patient labs will be covered in your treatment plan, and that is a savings of $250 right out of the gate. Reclaim the old you, the younger you, with Mentality. Schedule your appointment now at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. LOWTUSA.com. We will announce the winner. I don't know who won the design and heating and cooling email today. I know Doug and I got a chance to vote today. It's
nice.
Honored.
Finally get your vote counted.
So we will find out who won coming up on the other side of the break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring, family owned, locally operated for over 30 years. Michael from Michael's Flooring takes great pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and make a great living. You can go online right now and get a free sample from Proximity Mills at igotfloored.com. Michael's passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There is a reason that he has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Garden Prairie, and they are in St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues off today, back in action tomorrow, taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to the Morning After. Design Air, Heating and Cooling. Email of the day results. Doug, you and I had our votes counted today. That's nice.
Yeah. It's empowering is what it
It
is.
is. I don't know what's going on that side of the dais and all the cover-up for the sport of basketball that's gone on here over the last hour. But Jackson has the results. What do we got?
All right. Let me cue up my dramatic music here.
Okay, I'd like that.
Okay. With one vote, Terry TT Boy.
Wow. Terry TT Boy. Okay.
That was. I'll be transparent with the audience. That was my vote. I thought that was going to be the winner. Okay,
maybe it will be
with another vote.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a standing.
Fair.
I see.
Fair.
Now I've just blown up the whole segment. I'm just going to go do QFTA.
Self-made stay-at-home will do. Mom gets a vote.
She talked about Han.
She did. Shooter McGavin gets a vote.
Wow, diverse.
Okay, but it's going to be close.
Shooter McGavin gets another vote.
Oh, my goodness.
And Shooter McGavin gets that third vote.
Shooter McGavin has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. How many wins this month for Shooter McGavin?
I think that's his first one on the board.
Wow. That's somebody, Doug, who could really get this thing going. Kind of fun, too, because the first half of the month, he couldn't find his stride. And I know he was working with Claude Harmon, actually, on his form. And maybe he found it just in time to get some momentum here.
Okay, I see you with your hand moving like that.
Stu Clytenic did the hand movement.
Oh, yeah. He reached like right into your home, just grab you by the soul, and then pull you back into Channel 2.
He was the sports director before Martin Kilcoyne.
It looked like it was 3D television almost because the arm would come right in.
Was he a tall gentleman?
Oh, yeah. With long arms. And he was constantly pointing, reaching into the camera. You go, he's coming to get me.
Drove my dad up the wall.
You didn't like that?
That's why the fact that Doug brings it up makes me so. We're talking about nostalgia.
Yeah, for real. Romanticizing.
This guy and this hand movement, Missy. Look at this guy. He's always just a hand movement. Just want to know the scores. Hand movement. Hand movement. All right. Congratulations to Shooter McGavin. You were on the board, tied with Buck Swope, tied with Carlos Spicy Wiener, tied with Harold with 2 R's, tied with one of our many female listeners, Sharon. Am I leaving anybody out there with a win?
Sharon, Harold, 2 R's. Mitch from Richmond Heights.
Yeah, I think Mitch.
Ollie Lividinya. Oh, that's the name.
How will I explain that to my kids tonight?
Well.
But they are all trailing the incel from the other end of the couch. And right now, at the halfway point in the month, the incel is halfway to a $10,000 HVAC system. Jackson and I are going on YouTube here in 20 minutes. It's the TMA STL YouTube channel. Anything goes in there. Come on in. The water is warm. Doesn't have to be sports. Email in whatever you want, and I'll read it. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com, including your hate mail. Please do. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. BK and Ferrario are up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn. I am Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.